Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome. I want to wish all the fathers and father figures out there a happy Father's Day. I started up, but I'm finishing up getting ready. I figured I better get started and I can polish off the rest of these things. I want to thank Derek for the gifted memberships. Hope you have a good day. I saw that you couldn't stick around. Um, hey, Morden, hey, Nogora, hey, Tuxedo, hey, Zybertech and Lars. Hi, Jose. Hi, B. McNichol and Jeff. Hi, Joey. Hi, James. Hi, John. Hi, Rod. Hi, B. McNichol. Hey, Martin and Rick. Hey, Neil. Did I see that Steve is rebooting? Yeah, so, I was running slow. Me and the computer. I was trying to just resize my chat window and stuff, and I would resize, and then I'd wait, and then it would resize. I wasn't going to deal with that all stream. Hey, Bill. Steve, Cliff, and the Ranch Kid. I'm not going to keep scrolling, otherwise I'll lose all the track. Hey, Rushmere and Lord Getface. Hi, Maurice. Skyrim and Jack and Nappin. All the folks. You're welcome, Zybertech. Hi, Kim. Hi, Happy. Here, let's get some music going. Oh, and make sure it's shuffling. And stream chat. How has everybody's weekend been? I hope it's been good. Mine has been pretty good. We had an excellent Charlie's Angel stream yesterday and made quite a bit of progress on the Blue Bear here. It is nearly mechanically complete. That'll probably be another stream before we finish that. Maybe two, but we'll see. What is going on? Hi, Nick. So a few things I want to do before we get into the build. Hi, Laura and Sean. They're listening to you in the car on the way back from Maine. Yesterday was my birthday. Happy birthday, Laura. Well, everybody say happy birthday, Laura. Laura and Sean have been around for a very long time. Happy birthday. How about the other Blue Bear behind it? The big beast, the mill that we unboxed last weekend. Not quite to the point of using it, but getting close. In some ways it's nice to see a DIY bed slinger these days. Yeah. I'm having a good time rebuilding that. We learned some stuff. On the mill, I am working on, the cat's there. There's one here. I am working on a mount for the I think I've started something. Let me see here. I think I've started something. So I'm sidetracking. I'm squirreling. The other day I was working out here and Felix comes in and he notices something in the little trash bin, little printed trash bin. And he especially, Felix, is fascinated with the ooze from changing filament. Just that stringy, it's a cat. He's gonna love that stuff. He found a piece in there. So now every time I've been out here, he's gone up there and emptied my trash thing looking for another something to play with. And now Oscar has learned and followed suit. So just for a temptation, I put one of the felt balls in there, and that's what Oscar just found and pulled out of there. I think it's adorable. Hi, Poity. Hi, Marcus. That is what both of them were doing. Well, that's what Felix was doing yesterday. I don't know if Oscar was. Been printing PET CF today. Oh my gosh, that's lovely material. Nice. I have some. I'll have to try it. Cats empty the trash can and eat PLA strips. I'm trying not to let them eat it, but today is catnip day. The cats, Oscar and Felix, for anybody that doesn't know, turned 1 year old 3 days ago. June 12th, they were 1 year old. Hair 3D Remy. So we're going to give them a catnip-based treat. We've had these sitting on the counter. Crazy for catnip recipe. So we'll see how that goes. If that doesn't work out, we can try some real catnip at some point. What I was going to do before I squirreled is I'm working on the mill, and the mount for the auto X feed is kind of nah. So I modeled and mocked up a mount. This goes on the side of the table, and then the X feed motor mounts to this. So I modeled all this up, a few revisions, got it to fit right. There's no CAD, so I had to measure everything where the locations were. Happy with it. So I sent out for a plate of 1/2-inch steel from Send Cut Send that now I'll take to the mill and machine things like the pocket for this bearing and the counter bores for these mounting screws. So, oh, there's hey Daniel. Yeah, Oscar got real excited when he saw that bag. He saw me reach over there. Yeah, love the chicken flavor version of those. Okay, we'll try this. Okay, let me put these away. Let's move on. I'm going to wait a little bit for the catnip. We'll do catnip at regular, somewhere around treat time, which is variable depending on how much the cats are bugging me. That's when we will do that. We have Felix down there, so let's get that. In the meantime, we're going to start this build. Now, I am really hoping that I timed this correctly so that we will be printing in a couple hours. If we're printing in a couple hours, then while we're printing, I am going to, for the first time, I have held off trying even, we are going to make a small harness with the Molex ClickMate connectors, which are the connectors that Prusa uses for the Core One. So we're going to make the little short pigtail harness that goes between the Wi-Fi module and the buddy board that pulls the accelerometer pins to externally accessible. So put this over here. This guy. Dat Mummet, thank you for being a member. Finally made a live show. Welcome. Now that Oscar has seen the bag, that's all a single brain cell can think about. So anybody who is a member and wasn't able to tune in yesterday, go, and anybody who's not a member, wait a month and go check it out. Go back to yesterday's video and go to the 57-minute mark and watch the little corner cat cam. Oscar is having a blast playing with his tail, and I won't spoil the surprise, but watch it for about a minute and a half. Hey, Reth, welcome. Oscar is proving to give us all the orange cat entertainment so far. Hey, Brent, welcome. Okay. Oh shoot, I need to pull up my manuals. I didn't see it live. I knew something happened, and I figured what happened. But going back and watching it, it was entertaining. I wish it was full screen. We are going to go to Prusa 3D because I had to close everything, so I have to bring all my windows back. So let's go to Help and Core One. Go down here to the Mark Forest Core One assembly. Let's see, begin assembly, and we're all the way down here to bodywork and electronics. We finished up the extruder stuff. I ate the not called out Haribos. I have not gone through and made any comments on the assembly yet. I don't know if anybody did on my behalf. I didn't check. Have you seen the new iBoss AMS system? 4 chambers, 4 dryers, 4 humidity bellows. Sounds kind of sick. I want to pick your brain on this. I have seen it. I don't really dive into any of the, not just Bamboo, any of the ready-made printer stuff, because I have enough hard enough time keeping up with the segment that I like playing in. So I know nothing about it. I do know that I like iBoss. I'm very pleased with the Polyfamous dryer that I have. It's constantly used. I am looking forward to whatever they come out next for more generic use, for more general use. So, but I don't know anything. I think it's interesting, and it'd be cool if they apply that kind of stuff, because it would be nice to be able to dry multiple things in one unit at different temperatures and such. But hi, Leonard. So no Stonewolf kit for me? What are you talking about? No Stonewolf kit? Why would that be, Nick? What did I say that would indicate that I wouldn't be interested in the Stonewolf kit? I'm curious. Would be nice if we could have it for Vorons. Yeah, more general accessories. More wide applications. Doesn't mean we can't take something that one of these companies is coming out with that could be adapted and DIY'd into something we can use. That could be fun. But I don't seek it out. Okay, body and electronics. Let's go here. Hi, nonsense. Hi, Fegley. So I'm curious how I portrayed that, Nick, to the no Stonewolf kit, because I am interested in the Stonewolf kit, and I've been starting conversations with Nathan about that. I don't know where it's going to go. I figure it's going to end up in a build series. I hope it does, because it's a really cool looking machine. And talking to Nathan, he's done a lot of thought into it, and he's very passionate about it. So, okay, here we are. So we need to get the front profiles. I think those are these right here. And Nick, I have no intention to call you out. No intention to call you out. I'm curious what I said that might be misrepresented. It's one of my things. I always worry about if people hear what I said or what I mean. Because intent, that's one of my worries, is being taken at maybe a poor use of words or whatever, and not what the intent was. Build series on that machine would be great. Nice to see something different. Well, if we do a build series, the plan is to collab with Kiloprints. So Kiloprints streams right before me. He is here in California. If you haven't checked out his channel, I think it's worth it. I think it's many of you, if you like my stream style, you may enjoy his as well. So if you Killa_prints, Killa, check his channel out. Saw Taylor's video on it. It seems super cool, but a tad pricey for myself. It's a lot of machined aluminum and carbon fiber and yeah, he's real chill. Yeah, exactly. Okay, what are we doing here? We are getting these, and we're going to get a bunch of the M3x4 Torx screws, and we're going to line up the one with the large round profile there. With the... there we go. Okay. Just watched yesterday's stream for Supreme Orange Cat Energy, was not disappointed. Exactly. Wasn't that? That was pure single cell Oscar. Single brain cell. Okay. So we are going to fix that. So this is when we finally get the gantry really fixed into place. I'm gonna pull this guy over forward. I had this pointed at the trash. So let's go about here. Right now, the gantry, see, this thing moves around. Before I go there, you know what? Before I go there, it hasn't told me to do this, or if it did, I missed it. I really want to tension these belts because I think it's okay. There's nothing we're going to put in that's going to impact the tension. Now, if we use the vibration app, I don't know, it might change based on whether it's bolted in or not, but I want to use the PF Makes belt meter on this and see how it turns out. Metal frame does make for a heavy printer. I have a scale. I'm hoping maybe we can weigh it when we're done. See what it comes up. Just watch yesterday's stream for some more. Oh yeah. He's building an inertia cube. Yep. Can you do some science for me? Depends on what kind of science, Poity. Bloodcat, thank you. If you are a father or father figure, happy birthday, or happy Father's Day to you too. MacBoy Pro, have fun with it. Did the same and use a PF tension meter. Yeah, that's my thoughts. It's doing this. How are you finding the construction and build of the Core One? I would have to reflect on all of the previous build, but I don't think there's anything major. I think the belt stuff is fiddly. I think that's probably the thing that stands out, is just attaching the belts to the carriage and the lack of emphasis. If someone doesn't think it should be emphasized, let me know. But the lack of emphasis on keeping the belt lengths the same, I think that's important. Oh, do the mic Prusa. I was planning that, Putty. I am not a fan of the Prusa microphone app for checking tensions. I've never been able to get it to work well, but I'm going to try again. I don't like it, but I'm going to try it. Hi, Rudy. Just got my Core One. Okay, so let's get this going. So I need in here, and I need in here. Got PF Makes meter, and I am going to need my phone. Okay, so this is very loose right now. Do we have does anybody know? Connecting, I'm looking for like where in the manual it actually says, because I do want to follow the manual, but I feel like if I wait, we're not going to be able to see the PF meter. That's the whole point of doing it right now, is this is all open. Hey, Ram Online. Hey, Luke. Tried with 2 different Android phones, 2 iPhones, and the tension meter. Is there somewhere, let's try calibrations in first run, see if it's in here. Belt tensioning, here we are. So what do they say about belt tensioning? So we can follow what we can. So this is a little access hole for the belt tension. That's awesome. Anything not measured is by definition out of control. Oh, something, that's what I forgot to mention. So I've been having trouble being able to give out the 10 free gifted memberships that YouTube is supposed to give me every month. Haven't been able to figure out for a few streams now. I put in a ticket to YouTube and I chatted with a representative for a little bit. Those are so annoying. Those scripted chats are so annoying, but they couldn't figure it out. So they said they'd get back to me. They got back to me, still not figuring out. Then they got back to me again and said, basically acknowledged, yeah, there's a problem. It might be a month or so before we can get it fixed. I got a membership a few days ago. I'm talking about very specifically, Dext, is as a creator, as a host of a live stream, I can go in and give out 5 at a time, 2 groups of 5 gifted memberships that YouTube just gives me to give away. I haven't been able to do that because when I hit the little super chat, the little dollar symbol, all I get is super stickers and super chat. I don't get membership gifting. Something I noticed when I was doing searches though, is someone said that you could go to the viewer, the YouTube viewer, and gift that way. It seems to work. I went to this stream before it was live, and I have an option to give out those 10 free gifted memberships. So we're going to give both sets of those out today because I can't count on being able to do it remotely from Murph next weekend. I am hoping to do a live stream from Murph next weekend at the usual time on Sunday. We'll see how that goes. I may adjust that time because Sunday can start getting a little thin at Murph. It's possible. We'll see. Just pay attention to the notifications. Hey, One Solid Cube. Where do you get those tech support people? Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's even if it's a person there, they're going off a very scripted procedure. So with that, let me mute this tab, mute there, and just so you guys don't get any feedback, let me bring up this stream in YouTube so I can get it set up and confirm, because I should be able to go in here. I should be able to go in and membership gifting. Yep, I get my 5 things right here. So got that workaround. We have a workaround there. So yay. Okay, back to this belt tensioning. Make sure there's nothing on the heat bed. Attach a sheet by first aligning the rear cutout. The print sheet. Okay, I think they want to do like homing and probably stuff like that. What? See the follow. Oh, okay. They want us to go to a whole other article. Let's look at the adjusting belt tension on the Core One. I see. Ensure the stepper motors are disabled. By hand, move the neck extruder to the frontmost Y position to the center of X. Press the gantry corner against and make sure there's no play. Do this procedure on both sides. If there's any play on either side, perfect alignment is not achieved yet. Now, if your belts are not the same length, then in order to get perfect alignment, you by nature are going to end up with different tensions on the two belts. So that's why I think it's important, and I'm curious how my pre-assembled Core One is. I haven't pulled it apart to see. But this is what we were doing when we were building. This is what we were doing when we were building the gantry. If you remember, I had moved these without any belts on it, and it looks like they hit it about the same time. There was, and I just kind of tweaked it because it basically bends these brackets here just a little bit to where in a rested state, they touch at the same time. Hey, Hasio. Hi, Ray. So then we are going to tension both of these evenly, because if we tension one, we could introduce a bend to those. So I think that is basically here. We're going to just get it to a certain point. A little bit at a time each side. It's true, I had that issue on my Rig 500. These are both nice and even. Very loose still. Still even, got a little more tension. Hey, Kilroy. Ah, first Father's Day for you. Congratulations and happy Father's Day. They have not been herbally infused yet. I can get these to where I think they probably should be. Okay, I think that's probably pretty close. Just from my feel. Even there, and let's see if we can get a good thing. Let's check our meter. It should show 1.9. Right, 1.9. And then we are going to kind of move this through its motions slowly because we still don't want to backfeed into the controller any more than it's necessary. I'm just checking in from the campsite in France. Welcome, Keith. For the brain trust, I required a trunk C that needs TLC. Mercury, Voron, or VZ gantry for the rebuilding? Good question. I have no idea. Okay. It's a little low probably at 1.4. Let's see how even we are, and hopefully we can get this. Okay. I'm going to have to go upside down. It means you're not going to see it. Or maybe we can put the other camera in here. Okay, let's drop it. That's always good. Let me see if we can get a camera angle on here. Okay. Hold on, let me. Oops, sorry, I should have changed cameras. Let's try that. This is a little less over here. By a little bit. That's about 1.3. Okay. So we're going to bump this tension up a bit. So we're going to go a little over a quarter turn here. We'll go almost a quarter turn here. Move this thing around. Maria, the cats have not gotten their treats yet. We're going to do it at, usually I do treat time when Oscar really starts bugging me. And so we'll do treat time here in maybe about an hour. We'll do catnip time. About an hour, and we'll give away our first group of 5 gifted memberships at the hour mark. And then we'll give the rest of them away right after the filament giveaway. So Polymaker filament giveaway, links in the pin post in the description. We'll do that at the usual 3-hour mark. Okay, so with this one, let's see where we ended up. That did not change much. No, it did. 1.6. Maybe a little under 1.6. Let's see where we are here, just for the sake of keeping things even. Yeah, I got it real close. This one's a little more tension than the other side. So now let's give this one a quarter turn. This one a little more than a quarter turn. Hey, Scott. Hey, John. People are still using belts, John. Yep. Most people. Most people. Yeah, feeling this side. I can see how I think I was a little low before. There we go. We're gonna target. We're gonna stay right at 2.2. I think is where we're gonna do our first. It's right there, right? 2.2. Let's see how this goes to the front. Yep, this one's a little over. What does that mean? This one did now. This one did say it's 2.2. What is this? That would be, oh, I'm not holding it even either. Yeah, it's 2.2 when I hold it level. Oh, I'm sorry. I get this. Why I read this thing so wrong. You're right. It's 1.8. You're right. It's 1.8. My mind for the whole time using this thing has reversed that. And I have to catch myself. You're right. It's 1.8 and it's actually in the direction, because this one might be just slightly over 1.8, which is why when we touch this one is slightly under tensioned. If this isn't touching, when you go to the front, this one's slightly under tensioned. I'm targeting, I think I want to target 2 on the meter. So let's go another little over 1/4 inch and a little under. They're selling PLA for $15 up to today at the Santa Clara Micro Center. Nice. It's part of getting old. That's how I know. Use a red marker to put a little dot on the right place. I would still mix it up, Bill. Any of you that have been watching me long enough, you know my brain says, nope, we're going to go off this way. $1.9. Oops, not that one. That one. We need to make sure when we're testing it. We're a little over 1.9. Nope, it's... You kind of touch this. You want this to settle. Any of the little friction in the plastic mechanism, just kind of bumping it can help settle it. That's right at 1.9. These feel pretty decent. Let's see how they do. Going to the front. This is all stuff we would have to do at some point on this build anyway. Just a little bit of extra movement over here. What it takes to... That's gone. And that was like a 1/16 of a turn, if that. So let's see what that did to the readings, and then maybe we'll leave it right there. Trying to get that about the same spot. I know I haven't been perfect. Right at maybe just a hair over 1.9. That is just a little bit more. Well, I can't really do that. I need to keep it level, and that's hard. If it's level right now, it's reading 1.9, just a hair over, just like the other side. So I'm going to call that okay right there. We're going to see how that does. So what does that mean? How do we do here? They probably have a thing on the belt tuner. We have our own belt tuner incorporated in our Prusa app. What do we got here? Yeah, we don't want to get into stuff on chat. Let's keep it fun. Let's keep it here. We're enjoying a build, right? Okay, let's open up the Prusa app. Well, I have to log in here real quick. Yep, let me log in real quick. Copy. Paste. Okay. Where do we go to get that? The application, use your device microphone. Is that here? Print jobs. What is this? Ah, belt tuner. We go down to the corner here. Does this also have, oh yeah, there's Easy Print. Have any of you used Easy Print? Long, big prints are hard. I have a large 3-day print going. About 1 day left and I see a corner. Oh no! That's not fun, Joey. Did buy some rainbow TPU yesterday because I lack colorful TPU. Cookie Cat then? Are they the only one? They're the only ones making good colorful TPU, right? Okay, so anyway, Easy Print. It's a little limited for what I do, so I don't go for it. But it could be handy for folks that want a super easy, just quick prints. Yeah, I did a little short with Pooch at Rocky Mountain going through it. I was very awkward. Hopefully it doesn't show, doesn't see anywhere. Core One, XY axis belt. So manually move the extruder to the furthest center position. Make sure you have disabled motors. So is this furthest center position? Flick the belt, the left and right belts in the middle. Where do we put the phone? Hey, Bearded Printer. For further control from Prusa Slicer. Exactly. Exactly. How much weight do you think the Prusa X1 XL can handle on the bed? Figure its volume, and probably it's unreasonable to figure a 100% filled mass of plastic on there, but I don't know what it is. Okay, I don't know where we put this. Would allow. Okay. Okay. Let's see what it does. It hurts. That's a John level joke there, B. McNichol. Good job. Good job. Let's go a quarter of a turn. I'm just running it through its range of motion just to kind of settle. What I'd like to see is what 80, 85 hertz looks like then on the PF meter. It's a definite difference in sound. 77. See, it does this. It's not changing. Okay, let's go just a little bit more. Maybe a little more here, and not as quite little more here. I'm sure that when factoring in, if they even bothered to calculate it, they were much more realistic. I don't like how inconsistent it is. I mean, there, I finally got a reading. Let's try a little more. This guitar build is a fail. Hey, Obi-Wan Kenobi. I want to move this thing forward here. It's looking pretty good. Could the phone case? I don't know. It's potential. Let's pull it out. It doesn't cover the microphone, but I have no idea. Let's just pull it out of there. Wonder if it makes a difference in how gunked up your phone is. My phone's relatively, it's close to 2 years old. Okay. I mean, when you strum it and get one reading for every 5, it seems to be only one on this side too. In any case, a couple of readings I saw said too tight on that side. Let's double check this. There is a little bit of movement over here, so that would indicate that this side might be a little too tight. So let's do that. I don't trust the app either. I don't like it. Just things like that. But we're doing science. And recording it counts as writing it down, right? Okay. Okay. I do not have a set of tuning forks. Okay, so let's go just a little bit on each side because they're pretty even right now. Boy, this is all your fault. Said do experiments. Come on, guys. That's not nice. Come on, Oscar. Hey, GTR Dad. Okay. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see what that looks like on the PF meter. There was one sequence there where I got more consistent on this side. Just one of them, though. Every other time it was the other side. Looking pretty good. We'll double check. So right about here. And let's see what we get on here. What are the guesses? What do you think we're going to get on... What do you think we're going to get on the PF meter? You're able to check tension with a decibel check. Well, it's a frequency check, so it's hertz. So decibels would be amplitude, and hertz is frequency. Long fly, not bad, but heavy. Filament is pricey in Australia. Yeah. Okay, let's see where we're at here. 2.4 or 2.4? Who said 2.4? Anybody say 2.4? Jordy T. Very first guess. Jordy T. Okay. Go here. That's really, really, really close. Right there. I'm not straight on it. I think it's closer to 2.4 than what the image is showing because the camera's looking at it from an angle. So I'm gonna call that right there then and see where it goes. What do you think? Think that's reasonable? Does that coincide with what you found, Poity? So we had mixed results with the app. I don't think it's consistent enough. I think it's probably more frustrating than it needs to be. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay. So this is the Prusa belt tuner app. Clown hammer. I wish I were on 2.4. I had 2.42 on your PF meter. Okay, cool. They do have air tags, Clown Hammer. Felix got out on Halloween night and spent a couple hours in our backyard. He got out the front door. He fortunately found his way into our backyard. But ever since then, we have air tags for both of them. And it has come in handy because they like to hide in the house. And they, we haven't found quite the trigger, even treats that'll bring them out on demand. Okay, so that is where we're at. It goes through here, adjusting the belt. Let's get back to the build. So we are on, let's just go back and we're here. So okay, so that was an hour. So hopefully we have time for all the things I want to do today. That's okay. We'll get it done one way or another. Okay, so the big thing is we're identifying the extrusion, this one right here. So this one right here, we're going to put this on here. They're going to secure the profile using, oh, so they want us to secure it on top first. Let me get my Torx driver. Fortunately, neither of these guys are going to get knocked up. Spacebar. Ouch. Is it? Dude, that's my keyboard. Let's go. Where's it's going to go? It's that one. Go. It's going to really start looking like a printer here now. Yes. So I've seen some mods out there on printables that mostly have like spacers, because someone sees their mesh and it's like off in one of the spots where they adjust it by tweaking where the printer goes to align for the Z-axis alignment. I think a better way to do that, because there is some amount of play in these, is probably strategically shift the frame around within these screws. I think. I'm just looking at that and was contemplating why we might need to tweak stuff. A mesh will take care of any of that, but if you wanted to really get it dialed in, that's probably where I would go. Dude, it's Bill. Hey, Battalion chap. Okay. In the bottom. Is that... These are loose still, right? Yeah. These are loose. Okay, where is that hole falling? Interesting. And I can't pull that down far enough, which means that I don't have something seated all the way. I can't pull this down far enough. It means something isn't seated all the way. So let's find out what. Pull this off. Pretty sure this is seated all the way. It's this guy. So the rod here. Oh. That moved quite a bit. Why did it do that when we... Let's try this side. Okay. I remember pushing on that pretty good to make sure that was seated. Okay. Let's see where we're at. Let's try this again. Have a look at the Prusa MMU Community Edition. I ordered 5 rolls of printed solid Soul Black glitter specifically for that. So I'm going to say this is an interesting part of the build because it's so dependent on this distance here being correct for these to line up. With that fully seated, it's too low now. And there's no way to get to that screw to tighten it or loosen it. Hey, Benny. You had the same issue? That's an interesting thing. I don't know what the best way to fix that is. That distance is very dependent on a printed part. No, not a rubber mallet, because it's compressed too much now. When I loosen this and put relatively gentle pressure down, it settled into place, but it settled too far down. Try this side and see where it lines up. That lines up just right. So there's something going on here. Let's go ahead and put this one on. I'm certain that's probably the next step. This one lines right up. Right in there. The rod is a different length. I doubt it. I doubt it. We have a printed part in the equation here. That's going to be the just make sure everything's shouldn't tighten any of these down until we're fully in place. Length between base and courseway left and right the same height. I don't have a great way to measure it to the degree that we're looking at here. Bed mesh shows twisted bed. That corner is not level. Yes. Yeah, so this can shift. Think, what if we do this, put this on, no mallet. There's no reason to do mallet here. More than a screw diameter? No, not a screw diameter, but just enough. These are fairly tight tolerance on the, or tight clearance on the screw heads. I left the rod clamp relatively loose, so I should be able to tweak this. Oh, shoot. Way too much. Shoot. What happened there? I tried to leave it kind of just a light friction bit. That's there. Where did it come out? There we go. The printed part is the problem here. The printed part is the problem. So it's probably changing the there. Okay, so I've got it lined up now. Kind of shifted it into position here. So if I very gently take this off now, and then tighten this screw to clamp it in place, now we should be able to put this back on. So I would call this fiddly point number 2. I would call this fiddly enough to make a note. Let's look at the instructions manual, make sure that something about this isn't covered. There is not an access hole over here. You would not be able to get to it without exposing a visible part of the frame, and I'm sure they're not thrilled to do that. Thanks for the help with the motor earlier. He was correct, the printer did not catch on fire. Well, that's good. Where are you now? This is probably too low back there. Right? No, why aren't you going in? Yeah. Let's lift this. Why aren't you? Did I leave these? Yeah, these should be looser. Interesting. Hey, Bob. There we go. We need to look at the manual, the assembly manual, just to confirm whether there's anything that covers this. If you have trouble with this. But I would say the root cause of the problem is the printed lower mount. Your precision level in the base end gantry. Let's look. So we got that in. So attach the front right profile. Ensure you are using the correct profile. Align the profile so the calibration screw opening and the smaller bolt line up with the thread. Secure the profile and fix the profile at the bottom. Let's look at comments. No comments. Okay. So we will move on. Where we're at, yeah. Next. So attach to front left. Ensure you line the profile. Fix the profile at the bottom. I did all of these. Yep, everything. I'll just make sure everything's tight. Any questionable choices? I found a Voron 1.8 frame for sale on eBay at a nice price. So please discover that would work for a Trident. Yep. There is a modification guide for converting a 1.8 frame to a Trident with some changes. No additional extrusions, but my original, my purple Trident was a 1.8 frame. Okay. Next. So now we have the top profiles. Note that one of the profiles has two openings in the middle. This one belongs at the back. Some riv nuts, screws, and stuff. Be careful in handling sharp metal pieces. Now, we've never actually been told to put the rear gantry screws on, right? I like the Pantheon approach of hanging everything from a plate as it removes a lot. I agree, John. I was really pleased to see that when I first saw the Pantheon. Is a very rigid but unconstrained system there. So we're just gonna basically put all these. We're attaching things together. One thing that I've noticed that I don't like about this new system here is you don't see the whole picture unless you zoom in. I feel like the preview here should be scaled properly to where you don't have to zoom in, because you can get, for many of these, you don't need to see it up close. So let's get this shifted back and bring out the top panel profiles. Next. So we are going to, okay. Take this guy. Some extra bits here. Like this. The others of these are all effectively the same. I believe so. So this guy is going to go here. Going full screen and disabling comments helps. Well, that's my point, is I don't feel like you should have to go full screen. I know it helps, but you shouldn't have to go full screen to see the image. It's just a scaling issue. Even with disabling the comments, it doesn't scale properly. Or did it? It didn't before, did it? Oh, it's the comments. That's what was doing it. Okay, whatever. Rant partially retracted. Only partially. Okay, so that one together. And same procedure to join the other two profiles to form a corner. Do they want us to have two corners here? Yeah, we're just attaching the bolt together. Hey, buddy. Go. Well, that doesn't work. I messed something up. Doesn't work because those don't match. That matches. Those don't match. What did I mess up? I messed something up. How did I mess that up? Any of these with... Ah, there it is. There it is. This is the one I messed up. This is the one I messed up. It's the tabs. The tabs have to go up. This little tab here. Tabs have to go up. They probably said that and I missed it. We're in my Murph shirt today, just because it's not time yet. Murph time. Hopefully I'll see at least some of you there in what, 4 days? Okay, so there. We might have to loosen these, but I'll just get them firmly tightened. Next, kitty cats like the catnip for their first birthday. They are getting catnip for the first time today. I saved it for you guys. I saved it for all of you. Find the profile with 2 openings. That goes in the back. Rear profile must be positioned behind the back sheet metal plate. On the sides and front, the profiles must sit on top of the tabs with the threaded openings. That goes in there. Goes behind. Goes there. And we put all the screws in. My cats didn't like catnip. Yeah, we'll find out, huh? Okay. 2 holes go to the back. This goes here like that. This goes to the front like that. Works. That all fits. Seen that thing with a hair comb you drag, nail, and cats heave? I don't understand. My cat was like on heroin. We had to. He was rubbing his addiction. That's why we waited until they were a year old. How old is that in human years? You having a hard time. Oh, maybe it's... There it goes. It's threading. Nope. 6 years. Has there been any catnip today? There's about to be. Oscar is doing his, I'm going to make sure that you know that I exist thing. Don't forget about me. I'm right here. And that's why I didn't do it at the very beginning. It's because I know it takes a little bit of time to ramp up all the folks getting here. How many do we have? A little over 200 people. 74 likes. Is that a Prusa? Yes. This came with the conversion kit. Then we've got some rivets. 3 rivets. Where did I put the rivets? There we are. 1, 2, 3 rivets. Hey, Tactical Printing. Hi, Thomas. Three rivets here. Hey, William. I have a similar problem with my Rook. I'm putting a heat sink on the feet to correct that. I wish I were an LTT on the side. It's fine. All those are on. That's done. And then we're gonna get the 4. Aha, here we are. I knew they wouldn't forget. We gotta put the gantry screws on. No, that's a, oh, okay. At least just a zip tie. It's not kitty food. And then we get into this. Okay, so let's put the gantry on, and then let's do the kitty crack. Proper orange cat behavior. Karma, go to yesterday's stream and go to the 57-minute mark and watch the corner cam, the cat cam for about a minute or two. If you weren't there, you get the full orange cat experience. Go. Let's get. Phone just asked me if I wanted to translate to English. It's just a plant, man. Yeah, exactly. Where are you? Did you miss some top screws? No? Nope. No, these two? What goes there? I don't know what goes there. We'll find out. Let's make sure I didn't miss something. And those are still unpopulated. Oops. So all those are in. These two are the only ones that don't have anything in them right now. I don't think I missed anything else. Oh. Okay. Maybe I did. It looked like they didn't have anything in them. Never mind. Okay, are we ready for... We're gonna try to do kitty stuff up here. It's all the way back. Here we are. Okay, you here. We're gonna start with that. You want some treats? Let's get their attention. Kitty treat time. Kitty treat time. Here you go. You want one? Okay. Here. No, that's this is more interesting. Let's see what we have here. We have Purr Pops. Felix not impressed. Felix is drooling. I'll take care of this in a second. Here you go, buddy. Oscar is going for it. Oscar's is going to be gone. These are Purr Pops. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Felix isn't fully awake now, but he's got Purr Pop on his head. No. Here, why don't you come over here? Let Felix have his stuff. Okay. Now we wait. Yeah, they went after him. Felix is a drooler. There is drool. You can help clean up. That's fine. Here you go. I have no idea. he's got purr pop on his head. Oh, the cats love them. Yeah, these guys, that's their first experience with them. They are bonkers purr pops. I'm not 100% sure where these came from. If these came from Apollo or if April picked them up somewhere. I seem to think April picked them up somewhere. What do you think? You finding all the little scraps? Here, get them off your head. Hey, Killer Prince. There is catnip in there. Yep. There is catnip in there. So we will be paying attention. You guys want here. Extra treats. Oscar will eat right from Felix's. There you go. Okay. Back to the build. Now, Felix isn't interested. Oscar will take it. Now watch. He is going to see if he can find some play things in there. He smells the Purr Pops packaging. Okay. I said I was going to give away 5 gifted memberships here at Kitty Treat Time. So we are going to send 5 now. We are. Problem isn't fixed, but we found a workaround. Hi, Rebecca. Welcome. Yeah, they're smelling the wrappers. Okay. Where are we at? You thief. I'm gonna have to throw those away somewhere else. Okay. Let's take these over here. There's nothing left in them, but they smell. How do you guys like the thumbnail? Which model is a trash bin? It's Drippy Pail or Drippy Bucket on printables. One cat I had, when you warmed her, she would profusely drool. So sticky and got everywhere. It's like the fish that excretes a massive mucus to stop being swallowed. Yeah. Yeah. Felix is a drooler. Felix is a drooler. Speaking of which, enough of that. They are after the sticks. So, I got a good picture of Oscar last night. I don't try to stage the cats. If they're gonna be around when I'm taking a picture, then if I can get a good shot of them in there, then that's bonus. So I got a picture of Felix sniffing one of the Z rods there, and then later I got a picture of Oscar sitting nice and cute on the side, and it just so happened that it worked out pretty well to Photoshop them together. Yeah, they are all after. Is there anything else in there? Oh, I know what's in there. Is there a ball in there? Oh, you're right, the sticks. The Reverend. Yeah, they're after the sticks. I better throw those away separate. Okay, we got to get back to this build. We got to finish it. The Reverend, thanks for the gifted memberships. Up to the floor time. Maybe that was a mistake. I don't know. That's going to empty out again. What is next? We got those. We got all of those. Now we're going to grab some printed parts. Filament sensor to put together. Cruelty. Hey, BBs. Okay, we got that. And this. I have no more treats. This is not a treats bag. They are focused on. So might as well put that over there and empty out this bag. Okay, I'll throw this all away separate. There's nothing in there, buddy. Hopefully Felix hasn't realized that the other trash is over there, because that's where he just headed. I have started something now. Okay. The condition and react to wrapping plastic sounds. Well, can't really help that. We are going to need some magnets. Magnets are usually in the little magnet box. There we are. Little magnet box. Magnet boxes. Or otherwise known as SD card cases. We need a 7mm part with the magnet, should be positioned. Okay, so we're going to put a magnet in here to the dedicator holder on the lever. Hey, Jax. The Shrimp Father, hello. Okay, we're gonna do that. And oops, shoot, I didn't want to do that. All right, that. And then put a steel ball there, and then an M3 by 10. M3 by 10. I am going to open the door because Felix is sitting over there. Don't want to trap them in here. They'll be back. Are your eyes dilated? They'll be back. Okay, and then... Okay. So we have this. Oh, I need the little ball bearing. Which bag is the ball bearing in? 7mm ball bearing. Where is that? It's not in that bag. It's not in that bag. Not in that bag. What bag does it say it's in? the electronics and fasteners package. Ferromagnetic ball. The electronics and fasteners package. Is that over here? Oh. Ah, here we are. Put this back. Okay, so this guy is going to go in there. And then one of these is going to go in here. Sticks out each side a little bit, it looks like. That goes there, and then we're going to put this in there like that. And secure it with the... So this is going to go across here and in there. In 3x10. Let's print small Jerry for both so they can play. Small Jerry, what is small Jerry? What should we print? What should our first print be on this? I think I want to use the Prusa Galaxy Red for our first print. Just a few turns for now, it says. Next. Verify the lever is able to move freely. It is. Tighten the screw while ensuring the lever can move freely. If the movement is restricted, slightly loosen. Okay. Well, that for now was not very long. There we go. That's too tight. There we go. A mouse. First print should be an apple. I do get it, John. I do get it. Okay. Next. That's just talking about don't fully tighten it. And then insert the second magnet to the opening. Do not push it all the way in. If the magnets are attracted one to the other, it is inserted. So we want to repel. And that makes sense. So we've got this here. Nope, that. There we go. Repel. There's no hole on the back side to be able to push the magnet out. Prusa could learn a thing or two. Just push the magnet all the way in. Next. Anybody that was on the stream yesterday, we were doing magnets in the Bear Exa V2, and they do have a hole for future magnet removal. Okay, now we need this is in the electronics and chamber parts. So we need to find these bits and pieces. Electronics and fasteners, not in here. It is in, this is not, getting more and more scattered on the parts for this. That shit's in here somewhere. That's door hinges. It's all seals. Electronics box, here we are. Got this and print a mini rocket engine. That one's a long print. And what is it? Is it this one? Yeah, this looks like filament sensor cable. Yep. Is that the only one? Yeah, I think so. Okay. Got some fasteners. Oh, an M2x8 screw. Is that in here? No. What is that? M2x8. 2x8 is in here. It's right there. Right there. Two by 8. Anyone see the stool move from the video from Taylor earlier? Looks good. Yep, we saw that at Rocky Mountain Rip Rap Festival. The hope is to build one here on stream, but that's not final until it's here. I was thinking about a CaliCat or the low poly cat. You did miss, Eric. Rewind about half an hour, and we did kitty crack. They were very enthusiastic about eating them, and now they're elsewhere in the house. Hopefully we'll see them. Okay, now we are going to plug the cable in. On the Core One, the brown cable must connect to the 5-volt pin. The white cable connects to the ground pin. Okay. Okay. So we got this guy and this guy. That goes right on there like that. To match the picture there. Okay. That. They're in front of the TV watching cartoons. The stone wolf is just asking to be anodized. It is. Okay, so first insert the cable into a groove. The black connector should be approximately in the middle of the sensor base. The lever must fit into the optical gate part of the... So this basically goes in and then folds back around into place. So this is going to be the important part. Okay, so our view here is like this. This comes in about. So this has to go in below. This folds around. Basically just let things fall into place. That just kind of sits there, I think. I think that just kind of sits there like that. Bent over. Oh, we're going to put a couple of square nuts in here. Insert our square nuts. My guess is we're going to see Oscar back in here first. pushing those in until we get. I hear a meow. Who was that? Who's that? Come on, guys. When you calibrate, the sensor uses the one in the print head, not the external one. How that filament sensor works. It's a good question. This is also very much not all the way in there. So we need to figure out why. Is that just a matter of being pushed? Let's see what's going on here. They got the munchies and had to go eat. Oh, there you are. Oh. What? There we go. Just making sure that those wires are in little grooves there and it settles back in. Also, on the end here, there's a little indent here. That's my shorts. Will you build a Bondtech index? I'm sure eventually. That looks really interesting. I just don't know what the plan might be for that. Okay, so that's there. That's in place. Does it tell us to put a... Oh, it does. We need to put that screw in. So where's my... I would like to do something with the index. I just don't know what yet. We'll see when, as more information comes out. Not tight, just to done. And that still moves just fine. That's good, which means I think we're gonna cover this up. What is that pushing against? That is not really centered, that hole. So when I try to get this to where the sides line up, it doesn't because of that, but there's no adjustment there. There's nothing we can do to tweak that. So I guess we'll just go with it. What size screws are those? Those were the M3x8. Are these the only M3x8s in this build? Hey, Andrew. Here with your brother. Hi, Andrew's brother. I had that screw too tight and it caused a cracking sound when filament was being pulled. Ah. Cracking sounds are not ideal. Less than optimum. Okay, that is the second filament sensor. Next, some zip ties and a thing. So install one zip tie into the marked openings. Went in for counting screws with the kit this time. And Mark III had multiple of everything left over, not so much this time. Every little bag has its, like here, every individual thing. This is a M2x8 and 2 pieces, but one of them's a spare. So I think they did fine. It's always a, we talk about it every time we look at a Voron release too, is what should we put for the bomb for fasteners? And there's always the argument between listing exactly what you need and expect folks to make their own decisions on how many extra, or to find some amount that you recommend to purchase. Be working right in that area. So we need zip tie. Zip dee dee doo. Okay, so we are going to go up into here. That's for the thing. Attach the sensor assembly, insert the collet. So we're going to insert one of these little PTFE collets. These guys. Hey, Troy. Put these in here. Huh, I don't know what those are for. Find out. Okay, so put one of these collets in the end like that. And then insert this. So this goes like this. This goes into here. As far as it'll go, I imagine. Oh, that might be for the doors. It might be. And then move the center assembly up roughly to the middle of the printer's frame to align the cable properly. Okay. Secure the zip tie. Guide the center cable through the dedicated opening at the back of the printer. Well, it's not dedicated. It's shared. It's a shared opening. That's a shared opening. All the way through back there. Okay, so I guess the idea is we're going to put this on here, this here. Make sure this is right about the middle there before we do any level of tightening of this. And that can still shift around, I'm sure. That. Should be designated? Yes. That would probably be better. See, we've got all the other wires there. And one of these dreaded stupid QR code things that I'm just going to start taking off. Unless it's an identifier for the... There we go. What did I hit? Okay, I went about 50 pages in the manual. That is very irritating. This has happened more on this build than any other build is hitting a key and just flying through the manual. I don't even know what I hit. I think it was the arrow key. Getting back to where we were. There we are. This is what we're looking for. We're going through there, and then we're going to plug into the third plug over, it looks like. This whole bundle here is quite... I'm going through this build, not having really, like, some of these details comparing to my assembled Core One. So I don't actually know, I don't have a good picture of what the back of my other Core One looks like. There we go. Plugged in. So I don't know what this wire management ultimately ends up looking like. I don't feel like I remember seeing just a colorful bundle of wires back there. Does it get covered? Use 2 zip ties to clamp the bundle together in a marked area. Secure the cables in the highest possible positions to ensure they clear the 2 openings in the sheet metal below. Okay, so let's grab a couple of zip ties here. There's some zip ties and a cover. Okay, well that's good. Some of this stuff needs to go in there because this is going to end up needing to be a proper. These go up. What is this guy? That is the thermistor. So it looks like we put a zip tie right about there. And you don't want to cinch down on this. But make sure all these are going up, and this has, oh, that's a fairly tight. Where is that going? This guy here, where does this go? For you, I want to see how much. That's this guy. I have more. This is the thermistor, the chamber thermistor. I want it to run a little. Aha, one of these stupid QR tags. You're going away. There. Okay, where are you actually going? Why are you not moving freely? Oh, it's because you're plugged in right there. Okay, that's why. So that's all the space I have for that one. That's fine. So right there where that relaxes into the cable bundle is where I'm going to put that zip tie. There. And then one right around here. Metal plate later. There, that looks about right. Okay. We'll do, and we get the NFC antenna preparation. Couple of 3x10s. Okay, let's find where that is. NFCs. That's this guy. And the NFC antenna is probably, is it reusing the old one? Reusing my part? Which I think was in a printed part, right? Am I reusing the old one? There's a new one, the electronics. Electronics and fasteners. Thermal pads. Thermal pad. Pulley. Electronics box. Oh, there's that. Display. Or is this? No, this is not from this. This is from another upgrade. Display. Should get a new one. Okay. Be in this box over here. No, that's not. That's not this. I'm getting spread out. Aha. Nope, that's empty. Where is it? Is it in here? Ah, found it. MC coil cable, found the electron. Well, yeah, I know where it says, but I've been doing this for 4 weeks now, and things get spread about and aren't necessarily in the original box. So I found it. I didn't lose it. I found it. It was in this box. It was no longer in the electronics and chamber parts box. So now we got this guy and these. So we put this on the non-printed side. It's going to go in there. But before we do that, we're going to clean that off. Get my grubby fingerprints off. Temporarily misplaced, exactly. So we know it's gonna end up going on here. So I'm just gonna wipe this off and then let that dry. That off and help it to dry. Woohoo. So it says to put it right about there. I don't know if it matters if it's centered or not. I'm going to center it. Ish. Center it ish. Okay. And that's going to go right there. So what is this? Stick the end into the inner side of the electronics box, approximately as shown in the picture. Small round connector should be positioned closer to the edge. So this goes here. That goes in there. So we've got this. Goes in here. There's a little bit of a chamfer there, or fillet. The inside there we want to avoid. I guess it just goes in. Something like that. It's probably not ultra critical, the exact positioning. YouTube just blocked watching on your iPad. It's not okay. That's right there, no matter what. I think I'm a little far that way. I think it'll be fine. That as soon as that was on, it's done. But I think it'll be fine. Okay, now we got these stupid little connectors. This side probably isn't going to be too bad. But the other side. Go. And then that's going to plug in right here on the board. That. Attach this, it looks like. Yeah, everything. Make sure everything is clear down here. We'll get a shot. Let me. What's this? Okay, here. Okay. So we have to keep that off to the side because we have this piece needs to go right down there like that, basically. But this first has to go onto that little spot right there. So let's move. Oh, that's annoying. That's annoying. I'm noticing that this is why I like to twist the wires just for cable management. One of these is going behind my bed heaters and one of the wires for this thermistor is going in front of. And then of course the zip tie's in the way there. But I'm gonna fix that real quick. That's both of those. So the only way to fix that is to remove that screw, those heater wires. So let's fix that while I'm here. Center-ish. No. I can't fix it once it's stuck though, without spending a bunch more time. So at a certain point, you just have to let it go. Okay, make sure we're not. Here. Yoink. These have a different connector on the end, so these are not actually needed for identification on which end. Getting rid of those. Okay. Keep it out, so. Oh. Best part of watching Steve is, he'll tear a whole printer apart to fix one wire. Hi, Bryce. I cheated and plugged that in before installing the buddy box in the back. Yeah, not a bad idea. A bit later tonight, have I missed catnip? You did. You go back about 45 minutes or so, and you'll find that they enjoyed their catnip lollipops. They are elsewhere in the house at the moment. Okay, so now that's no longer doing that. Let's get this out of the way. And this. In. Like. There we go, right like that. Oh, well, I guess you saw most of that. Saw most of it. That goes in there. It's settle. It should settle over. Oh, it doesn't. Okay. Those no longer actually go over a piece, so I think we just grab 2 and 3x10s and screw it in. Guess that's it. Do that. And that's correct. Is it right there? Yep, there it is. Go. See you, John. Have a good brunch. This works out pretty well for me. April works right now. Xander's probably still asleep. Okay, next. Those two go into those 2 holes, get tightened down, and then that is there. Ensure the threaded holes on the bottom are unobstructed. Align the cover, route the NFC cable through the space between the... Okay, that's all done. It's not going through anything. Okay. Aha, there's our cover. Redacted. Thank you for being a member for 19 months. In 3x4s. And we're going to finish organizing the wires in here. Okay. I think organizing is might be a little bit of an air quotes, but hey, it's not as bad as the Mark III was, right? Okay, so I have a bunch of zip ties here. This guy needs to come down, but that one's gonna end up just coming through here. I'm gonna pull this out, take it on the other side of this guy. Plug it back in. That way it will kind of tuck along the side here. There we go. That is going to stay over there. This is going to stay up there. That's fine. This, I feel like, can unplug here, pull here. Uh-oh. Okay. This guy's still in the way. Uh-oh. There we go. This guy still goes through the middle of that. Okay. Then here. Bye-bye. Oh, what do we got here? Maurice, thanks for the gifted memberships. That goes there. This comes through here. Let's make sure we don't do the same thing. Comes back under here. What are we doing here? Yeah, there we go. Hey, Jix. This guy can loop down here and plug in right there. So make sure that that doesn't get in the way of anything. Do something like that. Okay. This is right there. That's fine. Then I'm not going to loop with that one. I'm going to loop it with that one. So this bundle, I think, has everything it needs. So we'll pull this stuff in. That one's there. This one's going to come down, get grabbed by that. What's this guy doing? That's fine. That's fine too. Okay. One's going to grab all of this. Just like that. There, that's there. Is that all the zip ties? I think so. I think that's all of them. Thought there might have been one more, but oh, shouldn't there be one right here? It's not there. Doesn't really need it. It's fine. Okay, I'm gonna call that good. Eric, thanks for gifted memberships. Eric Prince, I've learned so much watching his videos. Awesome. I'm glad to hear that, Eric. Okay, that is reasonable. It looks at least as reasonable as this. Hey, we get to close this up? No way. We get to close this up. Okay, so one thing I am noticing is based on that, we are going to want to make sure that this cable kind of goes up and around. So I think I'm going to take this out, and just to ensure I don't get any that in the way in the future, I'm just going to loop it behind those power wires so that it forces it to be up and around and out of the way. This will go on. See, and now that doesn't push on any wires. There are a bunch in 3. Literally just finished my dual Trident build. Awesome. Happy Father's Day, TT. We're going to be pulling this off again later to install, hopefully, the cable we make. Okay, so I didn't tighten those down much. Now we're going to put this on. So where is this piece? Where is this piece? I have very little memory of this piece. Where did it go? I have very little memory of seeing this piece. Where did I put that? For most of these, I've had a good idea of where where I set stuff. Where did this one go? Oscar stole it. It's possible. Usually I know where I put something because I've moved it 3 times. I don't recall moving this one. Oh, we have metal parts 2 of 3. Why do we have metal? Oh, it might be in here. Does it say it's in the metal parts 2 of 3 box? Let's find out. Hope you didn't throw it out with the foam. I know that thought occurred to me, Scott. That thought occurred to me. Sheet metal back cover in the metal parts 2 of 3 box, which I have not opened actually. I have not opened the sheet metal 2 of 3 box. So there's an awful lot of sheet metal left. I thought we were almost done. Oh yeah, we got the big side covers. That's why. We have the big side covers. Always blame the cat. Ah, we got orange sheet metal. Here it is. Here it is. That's why I had no idea what the back of that looked like, because I hadn't seen that part yet. Hi, Felix. Okay, set this aside for a moment. Hopefully just a moment. Found that bundle of hardware before tossing the cardboard. You use "we" there pretty loosely, Bill. It's pretty loose use of "we." Okay, this goes in like that. Align the rear sheet metal cover. Oh, fun. I'm trying a different watch band. It's got magnets in it. Not sure if I like it or not, but move upward to engage it, and it looks like it probably engages in some slots on the bottom here. See some tabs on here. Probably engage into the, great. There's some slots along the bottom here. I felt it. There's one. Okay, I was cleaning. Okay, this is going to be a better view. The light gets washed out. I think that just does like that. What in the world is that? Where'd that come from? Okay. There it is. Okay, and then I guess, yeah, it talks about the tabs there. You push up, and then 2 screws from the front. Okay, this is not going to be easy to get. Just give you a heads up view. Where did the screws go? There. I gotta hold this back here. Well, that lined up well enough. I was able to start it with my fingers. Blame Bob. Well, you were there, Bob, so I wouldn't have any problems with Bill sharing the blame. I want nothing of it. Okay. Keep it moving. Yeah, this is going to be this side, so it's getting heavier and heavier. I'll grab a side piece. This. Oh. Oh, that's a magnet. Interesting. I was wondering why this wasn't coming out, and then I realized this is that front display piece, and it's got magnets. There we go. Okay, side. So that slot there up, and then what do we got? M3x8 Torx screws. Spool holder. So we have this spool holder. Note that the eccentric lip protruding in one direction. I see. Keeping the holder secure it. That points up. 4 screws there. So if we look at this, you see there's a wider part of the lip there. So this goes up like this. Then don't put the knob upside down. It's easy to do. So that, nope. Right like that. So this is going to go like that. This is kind of a bear to line up. Maybe we put, where are you? There, yep, there you are. Aha. Go. Let's use gravity in our favor. I don't like Torx for threading into plastic like this. The screw is very difficult to make sure that it's going straight. It's very difficult to ensure that the screw is going in straight. It acts more like a ball end wrench for that. Because you see this, when you have a socket head fastener, then you can use a straight hex wrench and it helps align it. This, so I'll use my finger. Oh. I don't mind the idea of using threading directly into plastic in general. Nonsense. I tend to forget about power tools, so I do most things manually. It's just, I can't explain it beyond that. I don't mind manually turning a screwdriver. I don't think the fast or the driver part of a button head Torx is deep enough, Jack. Maybe another might. Never built my printer with powered drivers. I break too many parts. Hi, Empire of Dirt Aquatics, aka Jeff. Okay, that is on. That is in the right way. We've got 270 people. Okay, now we need that piece. Where did those printed parts go? There we are. We're down to our last bag of printed parts. Hey, Phil. Nothing to be said for the feedback that hand tools. Yes, there's something to be said for hand tools feedback is, I rely on it a lot. Okay, so we have these guys. There are two of them. They are the same. Next, some push pins. We're going to put one of these guys in there. And we're going to take that, place the metal side sheet assembly on the right side of the printer. Ensure the U-shaped cutouts are facing upwards. And then there's a couple of screws that go through. Don't pull the side sensor assembly too far. Okay. So take this guy and put a collet fastener in there. This is going to go this all goes on here like this. This that's kind of interesting. Tighten the screw, the nuts must be attach the right handle to the right metal. Let's see what we're doing. Okay, so we're going to get one of these in 3x8s through here. One of these guys in here. Screwdriver here. This up in here. 3 hands would be useful. Wow. I feel like just putting this up in here might be easier. I go there and there. A screw or a push pin? Yeah, that's going to be easier. Didn't put screw in 90% of depth. Did the last bit with the hand driver. Okay, I need some push pins. I want to try this. Where does this go? Just get that held in place. Now we're going to grab this. Right there. What's that hole? That one's easier to see, so we're going to start this one first. There we go. That has started, but we should instead have this thing in here. So that was... So let's get this other one started. So that one's in place and started. This one's going to go up through here. Should be able to, since that other one should line this up. Go. Now that it's lined up, take this one out. Where you at? Is that you? Is that you? There it is. There. That is fiddly. That is in now. Insert the short PTFE tube in the collet, push all the way in. Secure the side panel to the printer using 11 nylon riv nuts. Okay. So now we can go around and get all of these all in. Yeah. Shifting around. Hey, Peter. A few days ago, base and back panel are done and it weighs a lot already. Mm-hmm. Oh. Okay, that side is on. Then we have a short piece of PTFE somewhere. Where is that? Secure the right handle and side filament sensor to the right metal sheet. What was that? All that. Using the second screws, right handle, side filament sensor to the right metal sheet. Secure the side sheet metal to printer. Insert short PTFE tube. Short PTFE. Where is the short PTFE? Where was that? Where was that? $45 millimeters long. Not a lot of gifted memberships this stream, it would seem. What would the... I'm not going to comment. It's all good. We're here having fun. It's all good. Where is that PTFE tube? Nero said his build Core One prints better than the assembled one he received. Based on some stuff, mostly in the gantry, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Where did that go? it's only 4.5 centimeters long. It is probably easy. Oh, there it is. Well, that's a weird spot for it. Martin, thanks for the gifted memberships. That's a weird spot for it. It's in the friggin' door hinges baggie. Hey, Kuya. Nice to see this live. I watched your previous episodes. Awesome. Thanks for being here. This is, let's just confirm the length, but, oh, hey. We got Felix hanging out. Yeah, this is the 45 millimeter long piece. Okay, so this just goes up in here and gets pushed in, hopefully, all the way, right there. It's all the way. Okay, moving on. So the tick next to Kuya's name is probably because Takuya has a lot of followers. So, and that's an understatement. Is he on the come down? Maybe. Hey, Mitch, how are you? Just got mine from Prusa. Your video has been a great help. Well, I'm glad. Glad to hear that. Can't seem to manage when... Yeah, it happens. Unfortunately, we have no control over that, Rebecca. One day. Okay, how are we doing? We are going to get the other side, and this one ought to be a whole lot easier. So we just have all this stuff. Just a couple of, oh, M3 by 5. 5 millimeter torque screws. I hit the button. So the tube isn't a straight piece. Why not just push it from the other side, or is that the filament sensor? That's the filament sensor side. Took longer than expected. The build? Yeah, but that's okay. I mean, I knew it would take longer than folks generally estimate just because of the nature of the stream. There's lots of extra things. Okay. So here's this. These are the key point here. They go to the bottom. But the thing that I need to find, which are going to be over here, are these 5 millimeter torque screws. They've got to be over here. M3 by 5. I think that, Kuya, I think you get a tick with YouTube when you pass 100,000 subscribers. I think that's the trigger. Okay, 5 millimeter. Which is an... If you guys, I don't know if anybody has noticed, but when Daniel's in here, the his name has a checkup box over it, and he's on his main channel account. Okay, so here, and we are just going to put these guys up in here. Go. One more. Well, Daniel is a wholesome dude, but verified and wholesome. Yep. Now, this is just going to go on here. Right here. Oh. One piece. He subbed. Well, thank you. Where are we? Ah, there we go. Kind of have to shift this panel over. And it might help if I just got a better look where there we are. So lining up the two panels. If it doesn't line up, then shift it around. Oh. And okay. Before I realized I did the light burn videos, like, man, that voice sounds familiar. That's funny. Yep. Yep. Daniel has Jack. I have Felix and Oscar. Jack wins. There. Hey, I get gummy bears. It is about time. 1, 2. Gummy bear time. Month-old gummy bears, but I've had them well sealed. At least wrapped up. You successfully assembled the entire body. Woohoo, let's get the panels on it and get printing. Yeah, looks good. How stoned is Felix? You know, honestly, I don't know what is the range of cat's reaction to catnip? What is it actually? We joke about it, but what is the actual? Barnyard. So I don't delay getting this thing printing anymore. Ask me again when we're when we have it printing. Well, I tried to escape her shadow. That's hilarious. Okay. We have a top cover. Oh, we got to get this thing together. Okay. Let's move this around. It can vary from very mellow, like chill, to bouncing off the walls. Well, we need Oscar to chill. So hopefully he's the chill type. Okay, panels. Let's get this thing over here because we're going to need it. Maud rubs around on anything catnip scented. I'm going to start migrating things that we still need over here so I have it handy. Display. Old hair blower fresh compared to marshmallow peeps. Okay, panel box. We need this. No Oscar to take the seat, so to see what Oscar is doing. Okay, so we have that piece and a couple of the side pieces here. So those are going to be the side, and here's the other one. So, what do we do with said pieces? Okay, first remove from both the plastic sheets. So we get to peel. There we go. Ready? Let's peel. Oh, it comes off nicely from the grill piece. Did you print the beacon vent handle already? Beacon vent handle. Oh, I did not. I have not. I should, because that was really clever. There we go. Give the cat something to take out of the trash. Do we want to from other sides? Okay. So. Trying to get my fingernail on the edge. There we go. Catnip contains a compound called nepetalactone, which binds to receptors in a cat's nasal tissue, triggers signals to their brain's olfactory bulbs, leading to playful and even aggressive behaviors. It's a different experience for my assembled machine pieces. Oh yeah, yeah. We covered that when I unboxed my assembled unit. Okay, so let's set that up. Try to, it's already got cat hair on it. It's already got cat hair on it. Stuff's caught. What does this say? Remove it all. So okay, so we are going to put this down first. If oriented correctly, the cover will align with the recesses and the bolt heads and the corners fit into the cutouts. Okay. So, let's set this thing aside. Wayne, thank you for being a member for 29 months. Time does fly, doesn't it? It's a little ridiculous. It flies a little too quickly. Okay, so I guess we get a view of the. Is there anything about this that makes it there to be a top on it? That all lines up, so I think that's what we want. Let's go here. Hey, camera. Kyle, welcome. Next, and then we're going to build, so in 3x10s, so we're going to build some little bushing spacer things. We're going to do 3 of these, and I'm not going to do 3 of these. How many printers do I own? I think we counted, I'm 30, this might be 33. We have catnip spray. It's great if there's something we want the cats to get used to quickly, like a new bed or scratching post. Nice. I think I'm around 33. Okay. Insert the screws, and then that goes in here. Okay. So then these go down here. Fun facts, dogs have a nearly identical reaction. You rub the inside of their ears. You think of my 4.5 printers. What's half a printer? Is that a project or is that a okay, align here. Some instructions here. Align the vent cover with the screw ends on the bottom. And then M3 in until snug, then back up 1 turn. So those are little nylon nuts, I think. Let's see where those are. Which screws those are. What was my first printer? My first printer was a CR10. The older CR10. The single lead screw, 12 volt CR10. M3N. They don't use a nylon lock nut on this, huh? And it is a nylon lock nut. Next, it says M3 in. Well, we have M3 in and M3 in. Jax, your first printer was a Darwin. Awesome. Do you not feel bad having printers that you don't use? No, why would I? I have lots of tools that I don't use. Can't include projects. If I count them, I have to accept the fact that I have too many on the go. Plausible deniability. So in nuts. We need 3 of these. Throw those in there for now. Okay, so this guy is going to go up from the bottom. We're going to line all those up, and then we're going to put a nut on here, which is going to be fun. At least I can see it there. All the rest of those are going to be all over the place. This is fiddly. I spend time on something I want it to be used. Yeah, I get that. I've always been even building fixtures and tools for tools is more fun than actually using any of them. Oh, geez. I just lost the, is this a spare? Looks like it's a spare. A little spare bushing. My first was a wooden printer bot with fishing line. Oh, nice. Hey, Ludico. Oh, 3D Musketeers is in. We got a raid in here. And thanks for being a member for 6 months. The first printer was a homebrew rep strap. The second was a rep Wilson. I'm a relative newbie compared to some of you to 3D printing. I started in July of 2017. Yes, Grant is great. If you're here, Grant, thanks for raiding in. I'm imagining that's what's going on. Ron 2.4 LDO kit. Nice. So I got the CR10 because I was looking for another hobby coming back from my Oroville Spillway tenure. And I didn't want to get back into playing video games. So got that in July. I pre-ordered a Mark III in that fall. Started building a Hypercube Evolution. Ended up with a second Mark III. These down to just touching. Don't need to tighten these, just to touch. Now, you gotta be really careful. It does not take much to... Less than touching. We'll adjust these to where that slides back and forth. I was choosing between Monoprice Select Mini, little 120 build printer, and the CR10, interestingly enough. The CR10 was a little out of the price I wanted to pay, but I ended up wanting the, there we go. But I wanted the build volume, so. There we go. All the fingerprints already on it. Started in 2015 with a Lulzbot, yeah. Then I learned about Voron in the fall of 2019. What do we got? Oh, we are giveaway time. Nobody warned me about giveaway time. Polymaker filament giveaway. Link is in the pinned post and the description. Get your entries in. We need to get this thing done so we can get it printing. Cat hair has already moved in. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's, yeah. Okay, let me get things going. I need to, since I had to reboot, let me reopen my wheel of names. Jeff, happy Father's Day. Incoming raid, just in time. There we are. Okay, now I see the notice. D3DP, D&D minis and map pieces. I just wanted to play with another, 3D printing was getting to the point where it was more interesting for me. The quality was looking good. So that's when I entered in. Welcome 3D Musketeers, folks. Hey, Grant. Who do we have? Da Vinci and Cookie. Welcome. Just in time. So if you haven't yet, get in there. You have 3 seconds. You got 3 seconds to get your entry in. Let's see. Let me get the form up. So I'm going to start the countdown, but I can't even see the numbers yet. Oops. Excuse me. Hey, Justin. Hey, EA. Excuse me. Okay, I can see the numbers. So how many people we have here? We have 350 people here, but barely 200 entries. So I don't know. I can't explain it. Hey, Klaus. Failed raid, had to join manually. Uh-oh. Well, welcome, Net. Let's start the countdown. 3, 2. Didn't pay for the 10S Pro. A friend gave it to me. Nice. Planning on converting a Prusa Mark 3.5 to a full bear. Nice. Got a couple new ones, so I get to start over. 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. do we have here? Did I say hi to everyone? Hey, Brad, Greenbeard, ASM. 3, 2, 1, 3. Voice change. 2, 1. And looks like a fabulous gato. Yes. Charlie was the bestest of boys. We just got one though, so I get to start over. 3, 2, 1. Done. If you didn't get in, you had every chance. Okay. Maurice, you got in there first. Who got the last one in there? Jeremy. Okay, this. Put it over here. It's awful. 3 years later, I got a Prusa. I completely, if you go look for up my stuff on Thingiverse, you'll see what I did with my CR10. Okay, let's it's the 15th. Let's do a number between 1 and 15. One and 15. Let's see here. I mean, Rebecca's really insistent on 2. So, 1, 2, spin. What do we got here? Who do we got? Petty Ruckspin. I recognize that name. Petty Ruckspin. Are you here? You have 2 minutes to say something. Petty Ruckspin. Are you here? I better scroll down so I don't miss it. Petty Ruckspin. Congrats, I see you. Awesome. Copy that. Get it up in here. Oops. EFE2. Petty Ruckspin. Open. Give me just a moment. Oops. Congrats. Let me get you your email. There, and one more. Okay, everything's good. Everything's good. You should have an email in a moment. Congratulations, Petty Ruckspin. One on Canute. Now here, awesome luck. Oh, yeah? Awesome. I'm not going to take the time to go through and look for the whatever. Did you win a Polymaker on Canucks as well? Did you win the Polymaker one, and was it within the last 30 days? If there are any issues that you end up being disqualified or whatever, I'm not going to research it or figure it out. But if that's the case, then maybe we'll do a double giveaway next stream. So let me know. Otherwise, I'm not going to worry about it. I should probably familiarize myself with their rules a little more, just for things like that. Look at the Irish in a lot of streams. Well, nice. Congrats. Okay, we're there. Oh, it wanted us to do it off the printer. I guess I did it on the printer. I made it hard on myself. That's fine. That's a recipe for scratching it though. Next, that moves. Second shift started. See ya, Martin. Line the cover, secure using the rivets. Only the 4. 4, oh, okay. So they're just saying you only really need 4 of these. Oh, and it actually says in the front and back. I got one from their Discord and the next day at Modbot and had no issues. Perfect then. I just wanted to cover bases. See a 1 solid cube? I am going to put them all in because I already put one here and I don't want to remove it, and I'm not going to leave that asymmetrical like that. Heard some people use magnets for the top. Has anyone tried it here? No, but it's intriguing. The VZ bot I built has magnetically attached top, which is pretty convenient. Okay, so that's done. And we got the sides with some rivets and some peeling and more peeling and some attachments and making sure that the holes line up with the screw head, some more attachments, and the other side, and then onto the screen. Okay. So basically, we're gonna do all of that. Of course, the peel. Oh, come on. There we go. Need some gummy bears about now. Well, we should get more here before too long. It is definitely a heavy printer. See you 1 solid cube. Even the MU3 so far has turned out okay-ish. Well, that's cool. I just received yesterday a roll of Soraya TPU Air, which I've been really looking forward to trying. I want to see how it'll do for RC tires for the 3D sets cars. That's a little weird. I'm noticing something's going on down here. This is sticking out. I don't know why. It's flush over here, sticking out over here. It feels like there's a little extra bend right here. I think that might have gotten bent. The other side is all flush. I was just noticing that. Maybe we can get a closer view. I don't think it's worth trying to fix right now, but it's something I might want to look at. Oops, not there. You see that? And you see this? This right here has a little thing. That should be flush. We move back here. You see that? That's very different. So we definitely have something that got knocked over here. Okay. I'm not going to be able to easily fix that right here, and it's not going to impact our ability to use the printer, but that's just noticed it. Okay. Screen. I know which version of the Accelerometer. We have the, which one do I have? Rubber mallet time. I don't think that's gonna, I think I'm gonna have to take it off and see if I can massage that flat. Remember, with those fasteners, if you can reach it, it's better to push from the inside. Better to push, oh, to support it from the inside. I don't disagree with that. That's probably a good idea. Okay, so we have version A. Yeah, version A. Next. And placing the front cover face down with a cardboard edge or desk to create space for the encoder knob. Oh, to remove them. Oh yeah. Yeah, to remove these, I do push from the backside, and then it gives you something you can grab with your fingernails or another tool to pull from the front. Might as well use this guy. Watch camera parts, or not camera parts, display parts. We're gonna grab a box. Put this down here so that we have somewhere for the display knob to go. Let me get a little wipe this off. Wipe the dust and stuff off, since this is a reused part. Okay. Yeah, I saw that tool in printables. It goes in there like that. This is going to go on top of that. Fix the parts together with just 3. Resist the urge. Do not insert a screw into the 4th opening. Okay. That's interesting. I feel like this would be better because that kind of goes up and tucks into that corner. Yeah, that was better. And now we need these M3 by 8. M3 by 8 ST. Are those? Oh, they are. Okay. I think I used the wrong screws, maybe, for the spool holder. So I think I grabbed machine screws for the spool holder, and I probably should have grabbed plastic threading screws. It's fine. It worked, but the plastic threading screws probably would have been better. I use a car fuse removal tool. There you go. That would work. I'm going to go back at some point and confirm if that's what I screwed up on. It's interesting. Huh. What else is going on here? Prusa having the recessed spool holder made a big fail in the Core One. It sucks if filament breaks in the PTFE. It means you can't close stack them on a rack. Okay. Okay, so then we're gonna put in the grounding strap. This won't be easy as the rear cover is in the way. You know what? We could have used this little warning here and a few other spots of this manual. There's a few spots where something like that would have been useful. All through the stream, I've been installing clipper on a CM4 fly for a friend. You clipper fans are nuts. That's what you're used to, right? Carefully maneuver the grounding over the screw opening, secure the connection in place. Okay, let's use this. So what we got here is an opening here. There we go. Opening there, and we need to take this and hold it there and put a screw in and tighten it down. Now, I don't think it's going to be quite as fiddly as it says. So we have this and this. I have a feeling I can jam that thing in there and go right like that. Oop, we want to keep that on that side. I'm just going to use my thumb to kind of keep that in its spot. The thing they say is fiddly, I don't think was nearly as fiddly as some of the other stuff we've done. Just gonna, there we go. Just make sure that tab is pointed in the right spot. That is dirty, dirty. Little tiny bit of moisture from the plexo on my microfiber towel, because there's some, just a tiny bit. Oh yeah, much better. Much cleaner. Okay. Oh, this is for the other type of LCD. There's a different setup. Knob goes on. And we're going to prep this stuff. Knob goes on. That can go back over here. And this can come back. There's stuff more fiddly than that. Yes. Yes, there are. There we go. Okay, this is going to go on here. We need 3x6 screws. One, two, we need 2 square nuts. So what are we doing with this? And then that piece That's this piece right here with the magnets. So insert the 2 nuts. Ah, okay. Then put the M3 screws partially in. And then we're going to put it on there. Nope, not that one. This one. So nice little cutout here for go. Goes in there. That goes in the end here. We'll thread these in partially. Now this guy, it's stuck to the frame. So here's our display here, and this goes on here like this. Then push it all the way down and then tighten the screws. These guys come out of here and plug in. This goes okay. That's about as we can do this. There we go. So this guy will plug in up here. I think that'll be easier to put in after. The stripe on the cable up. There you go. Okay, that's plugged in. Grounding strap. Go. Just like that. This here's an example of a fiddly bit. Oh, this was not fiddly compared to some of the other stuff we've done. Then that goes up. So gently lift into the upward position. Hook the tiny tab on the left side of the bezel. Okay, maybe this view will be better. Tab right here. We are going to gently get in here like this. What's that? That is just like that. This goes over there. That goes down like that. And then if you accidentally snag the screen, it's supposed to not tend to break. Okay, we are almost done. So close to done. Side door seals. This, I don't know. I don't mind. But we could get into a whole fun foam on frame, foam on panel debate. But since this is doors, I'm okay with foam on frame. I can be as inconsistent as I want. So we're going across there, and then we're going to go down to the bottom. So all I know is Clee's wrong. That's all I know. Okay. Looks like we have 2 of one length and 1 of another, I'm guessing. Those are the 2 going down the sides. This is the one going across the top. We want to overlap this by 1 foam's width, and that probably takes it to the same spot over there. Okay. We are going to do a quick wipe down, get rid of any extra fingerprints. And then what I'm going to try, this will be a little odd on its side, but we're going to start this and put it right on the edge, right there. And yep, so I'm going to put my thumb on the bottom, and my thumb's going to be rubbing across the edge of this extrusion. The top, my index finger is going to just kind of guide that filament, keep it down so it doesn't wander up. And we're just going to pull this with the other and see how this goes. Get nice and slow. And you don't want to pinch this too hard because you don't want to be stretching this as it goes along. Otherwise you're going to end up way over here. We might end up over as it is, but pull some ahead. But your thumb on that extrusion below. This is the same technique for putting foam on panels or whatever. And you end up with a nice straight. Oh, thank you for a reminder on the giveaway stuff. Appreciate that, Jeff. I'm sure someone else reminded and I didn't catch it. Just push that into place. Corn is very tempting, the fun of a build without part on with the configuring. Not too pricey either for a kit. Yeah, and that turned out really good. I managed to get them really close to, very, very close to centered. Let me remove this from the description because otherwise I'm going to forget there as well. Okay, I haven't put one together, but I've read the instructions several times. I recall from the instructions the sides are expected to be too long. Let's find out. Work your way down with needle nose pliers, trim the excess. Needle nose pliers are not what I would be expecting to use to trim the excess. They do include their pliers, and they do have a cutter on them. These are the included pliers. They do have a cutter. I hope everybody who's building a printer has a set of these or similar. That's just, you just can't, this you can get right in there. But, okay, so we're going to do the same thing here. And I really need to be up and in this thing, so to do this right. Only because I didn't include the flush cutters. Yeah, I get it. So start this here. Do the same thing. Now here I've got an interruption here, so I'm going to go a little further past, and then I'll be just like I'm starting it again. Go. You know what's funny? I bet you if we pull this off here. Actually, we'll go this way. I bet you if we just keep going, it'll just tuck in behind the... just tuck in right behind the thing. Okay, one more. I'm ambidextrous in foam tape application. Ambidigitus. Switch from my thumb to my forefinger. I'd have to miter joint those top corners. I like your technique with the foam strips. I'll have to remember that when I get my conversion kit. Yeah, these are very straight. There's no wandering. Here. It is very, very, very straight. Very flush with the edge. All the way down. The technique works. Might take some practice. Okay, so now we can put this in. On. And I didn't see any need to actually trim those. I mean, there's no reason not to either. It's just... Okay, next. Attaching the side seals. I just did that. Next. Okay, magnet holders. Following steps. Oh, this is for the doors, I imagine. These guys. And there are 2 magnets in here. There are. So for the filament sensor, oh, they are actually different part numbers. Okay, never mind. Different part numbers. For the filament sensor, it seemed like 2 of the same magnet were in different boxes. Maybe I put those in. Maybe that's why the one was stuck out the edge of the part. Did I miss? I wonder if I flipped those. I think I probably flipped those. Seems to work. If I have trouble with it, I'll know why. Keep the magnets apart. They can break each other. This is true. This is very true. You don't want those to snap together. There, and insert. The orientation of the magnets does not matter. I beg to differ. They must be the same. They must be the same. Let's put these guys in here first. Square nuts. Square nuts in there. There we go. A little bit of filament in there. There we go. Now, put that in there. And then that one in there. They are the same. Pressing them all the way in. And what are they? Were they 3/4? Those go in there, into that opening with a screw, and then we're going to get the door set up. So, and that sits in there. this goes in here. If the door doesn't have a magnet on it, just a magnetic surface, then the placing of the magnets on the printer frame doesn't matter. I get it. I know. But it still matters. OCP. For OCP reasons. Okay, that's what those pins were for. So we get the hinges out and the pins and those weirdly lengthed M3 5mm screws. Next. Okay, from the inside of the printer, insert the door hinge into the bottom rectangular opening. The protruding part should pass through. And fix it with an M3 5mm. Use the same technique. So I'm curious, why in the world is this sounds like a reason, solely a reason to have more places to use the 5mm screw. Because if the 4mm screw worked over here going through a piece of plastic into a square nut, the 4mm version would work just fine over here. Why are you not going in? I think we're going to be relying on having spares. I didn't see exactly where that went. We'll find it later. Why is that not threading in? Make sure that it'll thread in on its own. Yep. There we are. Self-magnetic closing, auto opening. Oh, the potential for fun. You can kick the OCP to the next level, determine the polarity, and put north to outside. Got to draw a line somewhere there, sir guy. Gotta draw a line somewhere, and gotta not drop the piece. There we go. Go. Prusa seems to be a growing company. Perhaps lean analysis is getting harder with more engineering teams. What was the 5mm used for first? Which piece was that? Did it seem like it needed to be a 5mm screw? I would have stuck with the 4s. But this really seems like it's a matter of let's find more places to use these. Here. Okay, those are in, and then we are going to put a hinge on and push that through, and that is, no part of the pin should be visible above the bottom surface of the groove. There's a little groove inside there. And open the hinges and we get out the door. Is there an up or down on these? I guess yeah, there is basically. Filament sensor on the side. That was a little too recently for me to be forgetting already. This guy goes in there. This guy goes in here. Oh, interesting. That's right, because that's what makes this a... I'm not going to use the pliers. I think I'm going to push on the top front of this with a wrench, but maybe not this wrench. This is... I don't think... Ah, there it is. Okay, I had to wiggle the bottom there. I think I'd be better off with a... Where's my... Here we go. This guy. Yeah, there's not much to... It's not a lot of effort to push those in. And we're going to open these. We're going to grab our door. Have our door. And it is separately wrapped. Marcel, welcome back. I was telling my door I discovered one of the threaded inserts in a hinge had no threads. I'm guessing. Just making sure. Just running a screw into each one. You know what? So this right here is the reason for the 5 millimeters. Because I think a 4 might not engage enough threads through the door. And so they went to 5. And then probably everything else is the additional, let's have more than just 4 fasteners in here. I have a gripe about the UV printing on the door, because if you go this way, it's at the bottom. Is that why? Because you can reverse the door on this. Is that your gripe? Okay, so we have this. Let's see, do we put the... We're going to peel it. You can remove the center protective film white now or after. Next. I think this is pretty obvious, so let's do this. I'm going to do a partial peel. Yep. Here, peel. Is there even anything on the... Oh, there's nothing on the front. That's why they had it. There's no protective film on the front because they had to put this on. That's why. That's why they had it in a separate baggie. Not that one. It's here. 3 and 4. So I'm going to set this on here, and that goes around. There we go. It sets in. Then we're going to put these guys on. Not too tight. Don't want to crack the plastic. This is it. Make or break moment. Satisfying peel. Oh, we'll get there. We will get there. Okay. Nice. Then we have this piece. And let's move on to the handle. Remove the protective foil from both the adhesive strips on the inside. Okay. The part with the adhesive strip will go onto the back of the door, but do not attach the handle yet. Oh, the threads are in the acrylic sheet. That's kind of unconventional. They are not. The threads are in the hinge. The threads are in the hinge. They just go through the acrylic. The bolts go through. Next, that's gonna go there. Aha. Align the handle so that the front chamfered part is flat to the door. The top of the handle must be flush with the door. Pushing the handle against the door to keep it aligned, slowly rotate it until the adhesive. That works. That's what I would do. Push the door and handle together firmly in the adhesive strip areas to ensure a secure attachment. And then hair bows. Okay, let's get this peel done. This sheet is sandwiched. Yep. Got to peel. Ah. Fail. Noisy peel. Noisy peel. Okay. Now what they're saying, there's a lot of residue from that protective film. It's a little powdery. I get that off of there before I try to stick this on. Okay, so what we're saying is we get the protective strips off there, and we keep this, the front of this, flush with this little metal piece. That way it doesn't stick, and then we can center it and then rotate it into position. Just making sure that we keep we can grab it top and bottom and then rotate this in and then press it into place. Oh yeah, there are some screw holes. And is this threaded in here you could use? Okay, so let's get rid of this powdery. Just don't want it to get in behind this. I had to use nuts. Oh, okay. That. I can feel the static on my arm hairs from this door. Okay. Here, keep this. Oh, whoa. Just lost it. Okay. Get it flat on both sides. Bring it in. I don't like how this actually works. It is even. I guess that's correct. Rotate it in. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Feel like it's not. Know that I can. Let's see if we can get it to pop loose. All right. No, we can't. It's done. The problem is that when you do that, it's rotating too far out. Maybe that's not too far out. Maybe that's where it's supposed to be. But I feel like it should be able to be further in, tucked in. I don't think that's right. I think it's further out than it should have been, and it's stuck now. This is sticking too good to have any more than one chance. But I held that all the way in. And I feel like the adhesive here, I feel like this is the problem right here. You see that is the adhesive. I think it's too big of a piece. It's too wide of a piece. I think the, when you tuck the panel into the corner of this, that adhesive is keeping you from going all the way in. So I think that's the core problem there, is the adhesive strip is too wide. And you stop when I'm putting that on there. And when you rotate it into place, it ends up, it's fine, but it could be a little better along here. Make better sense to stick the handle on before mounting the door on the hinges. I don't know. I wouldn't say that I'm worried about the order of operations here, because it is kind of nice to have the panel not be able to be slip around and get scratched or whatever. But I think the core issue is the adhesive in there is stuck too far back in the corner of this door piece. So I may end up redoing that, but for now, you know what? Yeah, the foam in there is keeping things sealed. I think it's okay, but I think it could be better. I think it could be better. I have five gummy bears to alleviate the hangry. Okay. Can't redo that now, so I'll redo it later. We've already done the belt tensioning. And we put a bed on. Sheets I use, I still haven't tried my satin sheet on ABS or ASA. I normally use a textured sheet. Hi, Jose. So future note, test fitting before removing adhesive covers. You can't tell what that was going to do. Unless you knew what to look for. And I didn't know what to look for. Okay. Let's power it on. Let's power it on. We do now. Yep. I think trimming that adhesive stuff back would be the move. Oh, apparently it's on. Power switch was on. Okay. Firmware update required. Okay. Dude, I get it. Is it this one or is it the other one? Is this the one I pulled out, or did it come with one? I know it's freaking out. I guess I'll guess that this is it. Restart the printer and click the knob once during the boot. This will install the correct firmware. Why is that? Okay. Reset the printer and click the knob once during the boot. Reset. Click the knob once. Firmware printer types do not match. Make sure you have the right firmware file for your printer model. Here's my problem. My problem. don't think it's their problem. I am not confident that I kept the USB drive straight between the Mark IV and this one. I don't see another USB drive. This is the one that was sitting here. Going to say okay, I guess. I don't see any other ones here. But what was the point of updating the Mark IV before we did this if we have to do this now? I guess I'm just going to continue. What was the point of doing the update? Yeah, it's not the right drive. Okay. I can download the latest, but I'm not curious where that might have gone otherwise. Maybe it's in here. No, that's for that. I don't have any other thumb drive around. That's accelerometer. I don't know. Hey, good. Oh, okay. Let's go here. It added the sensor for the door switch that keeps you from installing core, but core on a 4 and 4 on a core. Okay. I guess I get it. Prusa Buddy Firmware GitHub. Okay, 6.3.3, 3 weeks ago, Core 1. Let's go down here and grab it. Save it. We have, let's just save it here. Grab this thing, put it in the computer. Is the door switch activated? Well, we can't change any of that until we get it started, George. This firmware does make this 6.3.3, one of the changes was door sensor is now disabled by default. I wonder if this is partially why. Let me move that file I just downloaded to the USB drive here. Let's copy it and paste it. Now, do I have any other firmware files here? Type. I do. Let me delete the other BBF files off of here. Beautiful firmware. Okay. I mean, physically? Well, the door's closed. Okay, so now we did that. Put this thing back in here. Power it up. Hit the button once. And now it says new firmware available, 6.3.3. So this is definitely not the thumb drive that it came with, if it came with one. Did it come with one? Did the conversion come with a new thumb drive? Oh, okay. So I had to do this anyway. I had to do this anyway. What are we printing? Figure out what we're printing. Printables. While that's doing the firmware update, let's go to 3D models. That's awfully cute, but that needs supports. And pinchy. Here. Let's do cat. And let's sort by most popular. Wow. Catapult. Vent handle. Should say in the instruction that needs to be done. It probably did. Clip removal tool, quick, and then you'll have one. Oh, good call. Good call. I like that idea. Core One clip. Let's see if that brings it up. Tool. Nope, here. Core One tool. Core One rivet tool. Oh, rivet tool. Oh yeah, let's print atoms. Let's print atoms. Print bed holder for the side. We want something that'll finish during print here. Let's go here. Let's print atoms, rivet tool, and try it out. Rivet tool. Download. Save it. Print files. Save. Okay, let's go back here. So this thing is booted up. It says Prusa Core One. Let's see what it tells us to do next. So we did this. Let's go back here. We will have to upgrade the firmware, download the latest firmware. Download the latest firmware, read, follow the directions. Okay, never mind. The next screen. So I'm going to I'm guessing it says we did that, but we probably need to just go in and do the full calibration. It didn't ask for anything else. Okay, let's just do the full, and let's go to settings, and is it settings? Control, sorry. Calibration and tests, and I guess we'll just go through it all. Can you hear that? Those fans get loud when they spin up. It's a hot end fan. This is nice. I'm happy to have another one of these on the table. I think this one's going to live right there on when I get my printer shelf done. No, you can't say follow the directions. Would have to be do as I say, not as I do. You did not trim the door gasket. Fair. Okay, we are going to calibration of door sensor is only necessary for user assembled printers or services. Okay, so we'll calibrate it. Is the chamber door closed? If not, please close it and confirm. Okay, continue. Now fully open the door and confirm that it is open. Continue. Grab the door in the middle, place your fingers behind it and close it as shown in the picture. Then confirm. Okay. Open the door and tighten the tensioning screw by about a quarter turn. Then close the door and confirm. Okay. Apparently that's the screw right back here. Okay, it's right there. And we are going to screw it in by a quarter, then close the door and confirm. Adjusting the tensioning screw of the door sensor was not successful. Please repeat the last step. Okay. So what's happening? I hear it. I can hear it actuating. Then close the door and confirm. So something's wrong because I can hear that actuating. I've got 3 Core Ones now and I've called them Huey, Dewey, and Louie. Did the door fall off? Yes or no? You didn't close the door with your fingers in the way. Did it? What? Close the door with my fingers in the way. Oh, does it want me to? I want it to actually work though. I don't know what they're talking about. Close the door with your fingers in the way. I think there's something going on with that. I can hear it actuating. I think you're supposed to keep finger behind the door, then hit the button. Well, that's what I just did. I was just doing that. Okay, so I think it's too sensitive. I think it's triggering too early because I can, there, it's triggering right there, which is way past here. I think it's triggering too early. It might be what's confusing it, and it doesn't seem to have, it wants me to just keep tightening it. It wants me to just keep tightening it, and I think the problem is I need to loosen it. I'm gonna loosen this quite a bit. And then you kind of gotta, imagine, pull the switch back. There we go. I think it's too far, so you probably have to reach in there and pull the actually switch back. Now let's see. I don't think it's triggering at all now. Still don't think it's triggering. It's hard to tell. Just skip the test, tune it with the center page, then run the wizard again. Open the door and tighten. Continue. Adjust the tensioning screw. The door sensor is not successful. Okay. Continue. Continue. I'm gonna abort that test. I think that test, either I don't have something hooked up right, or the test is severely flawed, because all it's telling you is tighten the screw. It's not increasing the switch gap. Tightening that screw pushes the micro switch in here further, which causes it to trigger sooner. All it's doing is changing the screw pivots, or the switch pivots on its lower screw mount, and this screw pushes on the top of the screw housing. So if you keep tightening this, all it's doing is pushing this little actuating lever further towards the door, which means it's triggering earlier. There, now it's triggering right where my fingers are. Before it was triggering out here. Yes, I'm going to skip that one. There's a bug in the firmware that tells you to tighten instead of loosen in this case. Makes sense. It's doing its little homing thing. Go. Y-axis passed. Now it's doing X-axis. During the test, heat bed and extruder will move in full range. Load cell test. We will now need your help with this test. I've always been bad at this test. I get like a D on this test. Continue. Tap the nozzle on beep. Load cell test passed. Okay, woohoo! So if the problem is that the door sensor is disabled and it doesn't auto enable it while you're going through its calibration, that seems a little odd. Doing its thing. Z-axis passed. Now it's going to do heater stuff. Oh, I swapped off camera. I swapped in the high flow obsidian nozzle from my Mark IV because I put my MMU3 on the Mark IV, so I put the standard flow obsidian on it. So I do have a high flow nozzle in here now. And when I do end up putting the MMU on here, which I intend to try at least, I'll put a standard flow back on it. It's doing heater testing. Heater test passed, heat bed. So all the heater stuff passed, now it's a heated bed. And we see a light. I hooked it up right. Are you going to Smurf next year? I am planning on it. I think April and I will make another vacation of it and spend a little extra time, go up into Scotland or whatever during the trip. I enjoyed my very quick jaunt up to Edinburgh last year. Went up there with Taco, took a train, did a whirlwind walk through, what was that, the 1 mile road, and what's the hill, Caster's Hill or something like that. And then the castle, we went through the castle. But we were only there for like 4 hours or something. The Royal Mile, there it is. That was kind of cool, the street stuff going on there. And there was a great owl. Someone had a trained great owl. It was kind of neat to see. I'd like to spend more time. All we did is walked along it, getting from the Caster's Hill, is that right? Over to the castle. I did so much walking at Smurf last year. It's nuts. Okay, what is this? Gearbox alignment. Okay, so let's do this. Calibration, continue. We need to start without the filament. Please unload it. It is unloaded. There's no filament in there. That's not have filament in it. Okay. We'll just tell it it's PLA, I guess. Does the sensor think there's filament in it? I guess it's gonna go through an unload process. I've got it, the idler open already. There's nothing in there. Okay. I do like the Core One Zodi. I've not done any mods to my other Core One. It is just a printer that sits there. It's doing the same thing as the Mark IVs did for me. When I really just need to throw a print at it. With the Mark IVs, it was always PLA or PETG. That's the case with the Core One because I feel like I have more tuning to do for ABS on the Core One. The default profiles for PLA seem to just work no problem, but the default profiles for ABS and ASA I think need some work. It didn't ask to calibrate the sensor, so I don't know. It thinks there's filament loaded. I don't know if that's a remnant from when this board was in the Mark IV, because I don't think I had removed the filament, but I could be misremembering. We changed from the MMU sensor to the stock sensor, right? It may be misaligned from that change. We did change, so it could be, Bob. It might be the fundamental way it works is backwards, right? Isn't that the main difference in how the triggering is inverted? So it's very possible that that's what's going on. Seems to me like a filament sensor test might need to be in an earlier part, or I may have needed to go into the settings and told it it's not a MMU machine. Arthur's Seat, great view over the city. I saw Arthur's Seat from a distance, from that hill. But yeah, it looks like it would be a good hike. Apparently it's ramming. It's ramming. I am annoyed on this door. I'm gonna pull that off probably off camera and see if I can put some fresh VHB in there and get it on. It may be, I might need to, if there are spots, I might need to bolt it on. Well, there's not a hole there, there's only two. Those line up at least. Is this done yet? Come on. It's not actually ramming. I don't know what it's doing. It's sitting here. The bed is warm. It's sitting here at 215 on the hot end. The filament sensor is on. So that's basically what's going on. I'm going to abort. We're going to set up the filament sensor. I think that's the core problem. I think it might be for a conversion, there might be a good checklist to go through, and maybe it told me. I don't recall, but we need to go into settings here, I think. And if it didn't say it already, I would suggest that it's a stretch. There we go. I think we need to go in here and do things like turn the MMU unit off. Don't have a camera. I don't know why that was on. What I wanted to do is go down here, hardware, print head. We do have a high flow nozzle. Extruder silicone sock is on. Extruder is not MMU. This will change the behavior of the filament sensor. Do you want to continue? Continue. We need to start without the filament in the extruder. Please make sure there is no filament in the filament sensor. Continue. Is filament in the filament sensor? No. Insert filament into the extruder until the sensor detects the filament. Some of this beautiful galaxy red filament. Guess we're testing our filament path. Got through there. Insert the filament into the extruder until the sensor detects the filament. There it is. Filament inserted. Press continue. Calibrating. Do not remove filament. Remove the filament. Finish. Filament sensor calibrated. Okay. So that's stock. Does that give us any? No. Abort. Let's go back. Filament auto loading. I like. Door sensor. Let's turn it on so we can, just in case, we can make sure we get good tests on that. All of that is good. Return. Now return. Now let's go back and do our calibration and test. Now door sensor is what we want to do. Calibrate the door sensor. User assembled. Continue. Is the chamber door closed? If not, please close it and confirm. Continue. Now fully open the door and confirm that it is open. Continue. Grab the door in the middle. Place your fingers behind it. Okay, I think it should clarify that they want you to make sure that it's... Okay, so now I think... Does it want it to trigger right at that point? Is that the whole thing here? Was not successful. Was not successful. It's triggering right there. I can hear it. I can hear it triggering. It shouldn't with just a finger. Okay. Don't. Okay, so there. So let's try that. You do enable it. I already did. I enabled it. So let's say, okay, open the door, then close the door and confirm. Continue. Okay, that's what's going on. So maybe there's a bug someone mentioned. It needs to be, and you can hear when it triggers, it needs to be at the point where it triggers here, but doesn't trigger here. That's the window they're looking for. And what it's telling you to do is wrong. All it's doing is telling you to tighten it, which is going to change the point further and further out that it is triggering. So I got it to work right here. If we continue running calibrations and tests, let's quit and we'll go manually to the next one that's in the line. But if we go back here and let's go to settings. Oops. Go here. And I think we can go to user interface and footer. And I want item 5 to be, can we change that to the door sensor? I want to see if we can tell. Oh, it doesn't give us an option. Oh, that's a bummer. I was hoping it would give us an option to be able to tell us which thing it was. Okay. Anyway. Let's go back to control. Calibration and tests. The load x-axis heater test is done. Gears calibration is where we're at. You can see the door sensor info on the sensor page. Okay, I'll go look for that. The gearbox calibration is only necessary, so we're going to continue. Rotate each. Did I already have these loose? Nope. Okay, so we're going to loosen the screws on the... and open the idler door. Continue. Gearbox alignment. It's gonna rotate around. Personally, I just disable the door sensor. That's the default now. I will disable it. I wanted to go through all the functional tests though. So it's doing its little running the thing. Now we're going to tighten in the order it says. Okay, and continue. Close the idler door and secure it with swivel, and we are done. Okay, so that is done. Continue. Calibration. I think we can continue the tests. Next thing is filament sensors. We need to start. Okay, we did this, but we'll just go ahead and do it again. Is filament in the filament sensor? No. Insert filament into the sensor until the sensor detects the filament. There it is. Filament inserted. Press continue. Remove the filament to finish. There we go. Sensor recalibrated. Okay, that's the end of it. So if you said go to info and sensors. Info and sensor info. Good call. Where's the MMU current, input current, door sensor? There we go. Open. So door sensor is open. Let's see at what point it closes. Not fingers. There we go. Yep, closed and open just a little bit. It takes more to open it than when you close it, which makes sense. With my fingers in the way, it's still open, but closed all the way it's closed. Cool. So functionally, we're good. Let's go back. and settings, and where was that? Door sensor off. Disabling the door sensor may lead to injury or printer damage. Disable. We are good. I should be able to throw filament in there and it's going to load it. Doing its thing. We are going to load some PLA. And let's see if this shows up. It should already be set up on my network. Let's start up Prusa Slicer. There's no way we would have finished last week. I thought we were going to be done within a couple of hours today. Let's see. If we go to Prusa Connect, we should see it here. That's my other Core One. That's the 4. Here it is. It's right there. I'm not sure what I'm going to do for naming conventions, but that works for now. It distinguishes it. But it is busy. It's loading filament right now. So let's go back. Going to do our Core One with Prusa PLA, and we'll do let's do a 0.2 millimeter speed profile. Core One and Core Two. What happens when they come out with a Core Two? Core 1.1. Andrew, thank you for the super chat. Happy Father's Day Fund. Appreciate it. Name one Felix and one Oscar. Core 1.1. We'll figure something out. Loading filament. It is. That is. Let's just purge more just for fun. I don't know what was in there before. We are going to print files and Rivet tool. Oh, come on. Oh, does that really print that way? Oh, it does. Oh, this will be fun. Is that really supposed to print that way? I mean, it should be fine. It should be fine. I got some Felix toys. This is the stuff that Felix is hunting for in the trash can. Better put some adhesive on the build plate. That adhesion test. I mean, I've got my fingers all over this bed. We're gonna YOLO it. Let's see what happens. Just do a really, really good. We're going for it. Slice it. It is an hour. We're gonna see most of this. I'm not gonna probably continue to be on for, this is saying 53 minutes. You know what? What if we go to 0.25 speed? And it only saves us 10 minutes. See it, Marcel? Seems like not, because it would have layer weakness on the tool. Either way it would. Nora, looking at this, if you turn this, then it's not going to slide under the rivets as well. If you tried to print it, let's look at this. All of that is fine. But if we instead put this surface down, you got a bunch of steps. Well, you have a bunch of steps anyway. Here, let's see how long this takes. Oh, this is 12 minutes. Let's, because this does need to be stepped, let's change this back to the 0.2. Slice it. What does that say? 15 minutes. What if we go 0.15? Here, let's do an 18-minute 0.15 print. You want that flat part of the tool, have as much detail as you can. I use variable layer height when I tried printing. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Blue. That's where my thought was, is you want this as smooth as possible, these areas, so it can slide under. Either way, it's putting force either in the handle or here, Red Apple. I get it. I agree. The chamfers look to be nice for this. So let's just do it. Let's just print it right like this. Let's give it just a little more. There, we got 20 minutes. We got 20 minutes to figure out how to crimp clickmate connectors now. To figure out how to crimp clickmate connectors. So let's send it to connect. Why is that? There we go. There. Will it print if you orient it on its side so the writing was readable? It won't. It's not. I don't think so. I don't think. Oh, why is that busy? Oh, because I never said yes, the color was correct. Let's give it a moment to figure that out. Pick the remnants off. We got to give this a moment to refresh. I think the fillets are wrong to print it on its side. See that? It's a fillet there, but this is a chamfer into a fillet. So the intended print orientation, I think, is either this face or this face. Okay, let's send it to connect. There's our idle 3.9. Let's select it and print now. We still have 270 of you here. I thank you a lot for hanging out for nearly 5 hours now. It's downloading. Ensure the top ventilation grill is open. So something I noticed, I don't know if anybody else has noticed, if there is a different air, so if it's like you're printing from Prusa Slicer and it detects that you're a version back on firmware, it seems to only show you one air. So if there's an error, it won't remind you about the grill. I'm ready for lunch. This is one thing that the Core One does do. It dances sometimes for an extended period of time. Not sure why. Exactly what you're talking about there, John. It doesn't do this often. It does it. I don't know what the criteria for it to trigger this is. Ah. My other one doesn't do it every time. We'll see how this one does. We did tension this to Prusa's recommendation, which might be a little higher than I'd want. When it's aired out for me, it went a lot longer than that. Okay. Let me find stuff. We're not going to have time to actually play with this. But the accelerometer, I mean. But we're going to build a harness for it, I think. See you, Scott. Multiple topics on the forum on it. Has anybody talked about what the actual triggering, what triggers it? Have you installed an eddy probe on any of your printers? I have. I have the eddy can, the eddy in can mode, whatever, on my blue V2 using the eddy NG, no, eddy, is that right? Tap setup. Let me see, am I missing? It's the happy dance. What is it doing right now? It's heating up the nozzle. I would know to have some snacks handy. I can home the printer in the menu with all the heaters off and it still do the head banging for a while. Okay, I'm pretty sure these are them. Is that right? Let's see, I know these are terminal 20. Oh, what are these? Are these? Molex. I gotta figure out which terminals are which. You have one on the Tic Tac V2 at Eddy. Well, I have the mellow version of a eddy current probe or a scanning probe, but not eddy. Capital E eddy. Okay, that should be, I think I can do this and we can try to get a little closer shot of it. There we go. Having issues crimping 2-pin Molex pins. See you, Scott. What is it doing now? It is heating up. There we go. Okay, I need to confirm that I'm using the right pins because I have a couple of bags of pins here. So let me look up the part number on these real quick just to make sure. D. This is Molex Microfit. This is Microfit. These are Microfit. These are not. Glad I checked. I have some other ClickMate. These are Microfit. These are probably ClickMate. Check this. Woo! It is shaking. Let's see here. Look at that monitor shake. Okay, what is this part number? 900 213 028. This is ClickMate. There we go. Okay. See you, Neil. Push this even further back. So that's going to do its little print. And we are going to play around with making a harness. Need 2 of these. So, here, the accelerometer came with a harness. It came with the internal cable, which is shorter, and then the external cable that goes to the sensor, and this is much longer. So what I want to do, since it only comes with one of these, is I want to make more of these. And this is going to be fun because it's braided. So I'm hoping to do a stream, Tuxedo. It'll just be an event stream, which I've never done. So that's a maybe and a hope. And we're going to try it. Type thing. So, okay, so hoping. Let me grab some wire. Do I have any? I don't really have any white wire. I do have black. And I have blue. Maybe black and blue. Make it a little different. Okay. I am going to commandeer the camera. We have ClickMate connectors. So this matches the connector on the cable. I'm concerned you may be abusing your printers. They're turning black and blue. And then these are, so the ClickMate connectors are 1.5 millimeter pitch. So they are very small. Oh, they are extra small. Let's just pull a couple of these off. I don't know if we'll necessarily build this harness, but we're at least going to figure out what it takes to crimp them. I think this is going to be the camera to use. And try the technique we used in the mill unboxing, have Bob in the corner. Well, we'll have Bob in person and Bill in the corner. Okay. These guys are itty bitty. Let's bring out a JST PH to compare, because PH is 2 millimeter pitch. There's not too far off. So let's see. I'm just going to take this piece of wire here, and looking at this, looks like we only need about 1 millimeter or 2 of stripping. Hopefully we can get enough focus on here. I'm going to use the 1 millimeter. I'm going to try it first, the 1 millimeter point on here. Oh, dude. These are cake. These are easy. These are easy. There we go. No problem. No problem. This is 24 gauge wire. This is, what is the insulation? It's 24 gauge, 40 strand. That was surprisingly easy. That was surprisingly easy. Let's see how long this is going to need to be. So let's set this as our wire length, and accounting for some braiding and accounting for it's probably a little bit longer than it needs to be. Let's cut it right here. Then we're gonna need how many of these? 3. So we're gonna need 3 blue ones here. What point do you do for the microfit 3 pins? I usually use the 1.3 for the conductor crimp and 1.6 for the insulator crimp. So if I cut my wire the same length, I'm going to try on the next one, the 0.7 crimp die part. See how that does. Okay, so now this is 24 gauge. One trick I've found, if you're careful, and is with the PTFE and other similar slick insulations, go the next size down. I go to 26 when I'm stripping these, and I just don't squeeze hard. I just go until I'm cutting the insulation and then stripping, and it seems to help with that stuff. So I kind of hold these in kind of on the tip of my finger. So I'm pinching the terminal there, and I've got the wire in place, and then that allows me to bring my crimpers in right next to my finger. I'm going to try the smallest 0.7. And then once I get it grabbed, it allows me to kind of make sure I've got the conductor in there, or the wire in properly. I can adjust it in and out. And then when I'm ready, I just squeeze. I'm going to compare these, but I have to look close. So the 0.7, I don't know if we're going to be able to get a view here. The top one there is the 1 millimeter crimp, and you see how it actually has a defined fold to the tabs. It folded them in properly. The 0.7 didn't fold them in properly. The 0.7 just kind of, I don't think it folded them in properly. I'm much happier with the 1.0 die on that. So I'm much happier with the 1.0 on that. So I am going to do a tug test. It's passing the tug test, so I'm not going to redo it. But I think, and then I'm trying just the 1.3 for the insulation side. I usually go up one size on the insulation side. See how it folds it in properly there? This is not painful, Poity. This is super easy. That was you guys just witnessed the very first time that I have tried ClickMate crimping. Make sure it's in, then squeeze. Yeah, and you can see that it folds it in properly. It does this and grabs. Yeah, so that, and it's, if you look from the side, it's not significantly deforming it. Kind of hard to see. Okay, so now we have that. Let's take one of these guys. And I'm going to look at this. It's like those, you can see the conductors there. I see. So when you reach down into this middle part is how you depin it, it looks like. Reach down with something. Here, let's, we'll do it on one of these we put in. So if we have that, how does this go? I think looking at this, oh, interesting. How does that go? This is, yeah, that's the U shape pointing up, but it points to the side. You see that? It points to the side. That's the crimp up. The U points to the side. This other side is solid. And then there's a little tang, little teeny tiny tang right there for clicking in. If we look at this, I think this goes, wow, how does that go? I think that little tang goes up. So if that tang goes up, let's see, what color do I need to do? The end one there is black, so we'll put this in the end. goes up, we end up with the metal in the right spot. A gold-plated connector. Am I the only one that has the little printed guide that fits on the engineers to keep the connector from bending? Maybe. I think I've seen that, Rick or Patrick. But I don't remember where. Don't mind crimping either. Just make sure you have the right tools and take your time. What is the current rating on ClickMate? I have the page open. It's not very beefy. I have the page open. Data sheet. Product specifications. Data sheet. Here we go. Data sheet. Let's move this over here. Let's look at the data sheet. Here's a little slightly better view. Part details, series. 2 amps. 2 amps. Are these stupid expensive? No. No. I purchased 250 terminals for $15. OEM crimpers are nice, Sergey. Absolutely. OEM crimpers are really nice. They're just really expensive. I'm really happy with how this just turned out. This isn't Pico blade. Here, let's, do I have, I don't think I have any uncrimped. Here. Here's a big thing looking at this now. If you look at, this is 1.5 millimeter or millimeter pitch JST. So that's ZH. And this is already crimped because I buy these this way. But this is why this is so difficult to crimp. Because look at where the crimp is right there in the middle. And this is why this was so much easier for me. Because if you compare them, that's that. Look how much I have to grab onto with the ZH. Nothing. You're trying to grab it. Well, I guess it's the other way. Is that right? Yeah, it's the other way. But even then, you see there at the insulation crimp side, it's a lot smaller. It's a lot smaller. Hey, that finished printing. I can't justify spending the money on real crimping tools. No. And I don't see the point. I've had extremely good luck with these. I don't see the point. I just got the notification the print finished. I'm a lefty, so crimping is awkward. It helps on some of them for me. I like crimping, nothing compares to OEM crimping. Yeah. Wish I had those automatic crimping machines. Let's see here. What was this? Sergey, are you were the one that showed me the OEM crimping tools at IRF? Who was that? And I apologize if I forgot your name, but I remember the event and I remember the face, but names are hard. So anyway, since we are at over 5 hours, we're going to wrap up here. I did want to crimp this, and we did. The idea is I'm going to duplicate this across several, across all of my Prusas here, the 3 that I have, so that I can, if I want to, plug in the accelerometer into any of them. What would you change and what would you like to incorporate into Voron? What would I change about the, thank you, Barnyard. I appreciate you bringing that back up. Perfect timing, perfect timing. My employer bought a wire marking machine until it came to crimping. I was tempted to redo all my wires in white with nice markings. Anyway, on this crimping, I'm gonna reproduce this. I wanted to show the crimp. We don't necessarily need to go through the whole harness build. I'll have to make sure that since these are braided, it'll be fun keeping track. I'll probably just use a meter and see if it's 1-to-1 across connectors just to confirm. What would I change about the Core One? What would I change about the Core One? I am okay with the, let's go. I am okay with the bed tramming process that they're using, but I think an auto tilt would be nice. There are a few of the fiddly parts that I think could be improved. The X carriage is one that I think the attachment of the belts to the X carriage could be tweaked. What would I like to incorporate into Voron? I am planning on doing some sort of swing arm for umbilical control on the Trident. They open source this. The idea is more what I'm going to go off of for a incorporating into the main build. Something would have to be off the shelf. Hey, Untech, welcome. Good job on your latest stuff, Untech. You've been killing it on the content. There's a couple of things I need to catch up on your stuff, but otherwise, nice. Incorporating into Voron. I don't know that I would try to put an extruder on the Voron. It's not really about the extruder. It's about the load cell is the appealing part for me. And there are becoming options for that. You got not necessarily load cells, but even the E3D piezo setup and other load cell stuff that's coming. So what does the one do with the umbilical? So Prusa, I think this is probably one of those things that they had trouble with during dev because this was a last second change. They had a cable chain, a horizontally mounted cable chain up until the very last second where they went, let's see if we can see. So you see that arm back here? That's just an arm. It's about 6 or 7 inches long. See that? It's on a pivot point back here. It goes out to about here. And this just helps to keep the umbilical from drooping down into the print area. Small quality of light things would be really neat. I think I saw one model in printables for that. Yeah. And I kind of don't want to look at necessarily what's out there. I know the idea. I want to go in and play in CAD and see what I can come up with springboarding off of that without going and looking at what other people have done. I probably will end up looking at what other people have done, but I want to see what I can come up with without that. Had to restart my PC. What did I miss? How long have you been gone, Mitch? We crimped Molex ClickMate, which was surprisingly easy. We finished a print. Turned out fine. Let's get this in, a little better light. I like the extruder for its big gear, perfect for TPU, but the load cell is the best part of it. So one thing I've noticed, maybe I need to try, I have some of the Soraya Air TPU I want to try in here. One thing I noticed is the counter to that. It works well with TPU, but I can't get some of the filled filaments to print on a Core One. Notably, the Ambrosia polycarbonate carbon fiber. I thought it was breaking in this bend coming into the extruder. It might be, but it might also be breaking in the little curve it makes between the two idlers. So ClickMate connectors, not everyone will have access to those connectors. I bought them off of DigiKey. So if anybody wants to, there is the part number for the terminals. And then this, it can be funny trying to find the connectors because they're slightly different part numbers depending on whether it's dual row or single row. But something like that. I have this would be the, this is the full MMU connector because I'm going to make my own longer MMU harness. So I wonder how easy it would be to stack swing arms for controlling tool changers. That would be interesting. I don't know. That's a good question. I also have some 4-pin and some 2-pin is what I bought. And those are others. That's that. This is the 2-pin. And then this is the 4-pin for steppers. So if anybody needs part numbers, those are them. See where you can get an additional 18 millimeters or so wide build space by using an extruder offset and possibly a deeper sheet. No, I didn't see that. It has enough room to get that far back. That's surprising. Does it go all the way to the front then? How does a rivet tool work? Well, let's find out. Where do I want to use this? I would rather not use it against against the windows. Let's just do this little camera. There we go. What is that? This one? Okay. It did print like this. Those little corners aren't all that great. Teeny tiny sharp point is the last thing in the print. If you reach in behind and just do that, then it comes out nice and easy. Yep. I was getting there, Michael. It looks to be good as the tools I printed. I wasn't happy with them. Yeah, just a little push from the back. Then it comes out. Once you do that, it's pretty nice. I know I've removed a bunch of them. And I was taking apart my Prusa enclosure and I was grabbing them with my fingernails, and this would help. Can you do a VFA print test? I'm curious to see how well it does that. I can, but we're going to wrap this up. But I can do that off camera there, Mitch. I want to do that anyway, because I want to compare my build versus the pre-assembled one, and then look at my pre-assembled one particularly at the belts. Push, yeah. Good to see its build for sure. I'm curious about the comparisons. I'm happy with the build. It is amazing still that you can take a Mark IV to this and only have basically a frame and a couple of parts left over. Be good to look at that Y motor pulley situation. It sits off the shaft, really. On the Y motor? I didn't look all that close, I guess. I don't remember mentioning that. We could do a Prusa wire with the leftover parts. The problem is, the leftover parts is frame stuff, the cheap stuff. You got to get a bed and a controller and a tool head and power supply and where was I going? It's not cheap. Yeah, I think that's it. I hope to see whoever I can. Oh, that's one thing I was going to mention. I don't know who's around here that's in the drivable distance. But if there was someone in the drivable distance that could actually use a Prusa enclosure, I don't really have a use for it anymore. Not with these. My Mark IV I'm going to leave open. And then I have the Core ones. So if someone could actually use it that's in the drivable area, shoot me a DM. But I'm not going to ship it. I'm not going to take it anywhere. With that, hope to see those of you that might be there at Murph. And then after that, I am in the Sacramento, California area. Jeremy, I'm sorry. I made an assumption there that folks knew, but I'm in the Sacramento, California area. Hope to see those of you that'll be there at Murph. I will be at Open Sauce as an attendee. We're not having a booth there. And those are the next two closer events. So have a good rest of your weekend. Once again, happy Father's Day to all of you. And we'll see you next weekend. Hoping, yeah, I'll be at 3D Printopia, Yontech. I'm hoping to stream from Murph. No promises, but that's the goal. So take care, everyone. Enjoy the build. Bye.